Chapter 1304. Hearing Qin Min's words, Gu Beiyue's quiet face showed some helplessness. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he only sighed softly and waved the whip to drive the carriage. Qin Min did not hear Gu Beiyue's sigh. She did not wait for a reply and did not know if Gu Beiyue heard her and accepted her apology and promise, or if he did not hear her. She wanted to say it again, but on second thought, the surroundings were so quiet and her voice was not soft. The two of them were separated by a curtain, so there was no reason for him not to hear it. She quietly sat back in the car and didn't say anything else. Finally, she was left alone in the carriage. She could sit and lie as comfortably as she wanted. However, she only lazily lay on the high pillow and did not feel sleepy at all. She lowered her head and seemed to be in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, she muttered, "There really won't be a next time." She secretly looked out of the window. It was the wilderness outside and the night was quiet. She secretly lifted a corner of the curtain and saw Gu Beiyue's back view. The carriage was moving very fast. The wind that came from the front raised his sleeves and robes, as well as his long hair. She originally only wanted to take a look and obediently go to sleep. However, the road ahead was long and dark. She stared and stared and stared blankly. How great would it be if this path could go on and on and on and on without end? Gu Beiyue, how long is the longest road in the world? How long do you and I have in this lifetime? She was really afraid that it would be too late in a few decades. However, she did not know what she could do in time. Qin Min raised her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. She suddenly felt very lucky. She was lucky that her legs were crippled since young and not her eyes. Otherwise, she would have missed out on so many years of moonlight. She had seen countless sceneries, but after meeting Gu Beiyue, she realized that the most beautiful scenery in the world was the moon. It was the eternal, quiet and gentle bright moon in the sky. Qin Min gently closed the curtain and leaned to the side, sleeping peacefully. The next day, when Qin Min woke up, it was already noon. The carriage drove into the county, and the surroundings were bustling. She raised the curtain and found them in the street. Gu Beiyue asked as he drove, "Miss Qin, did you sleep well last night? You haven't rested yet?" Qin Min asked seriously. She had calculated the distance last night. They would arrive at a village early this morning, and Gu Beiyue would be able to rest. Who would have thought that he would pass through the village and rush to the county? After another sleepless night, how could his body take it? From Yuning to Northernly, he had stayed in Northernly for a few days. Plus, he had been on the road for the past 2 days. He hadn't soaked in medicinal soup for about a month and a half. She didn't know what kind of medicinal soup he used, but no matter what kind of prescription it was, it had to be soaked at least once a month. Soaking in the medicinal soup was not only to nourish the body, but it was also a good opportunity to rest. Both the body and the mind could be relaxed and recuperated. Medicinal therapy was not as good as food therapy, and food therapy was not as good as heart therapy. He wasn't talking about treatment, but about normal recuperation. If he was sick, the best way to treat him was to combine medical treatment with mental treatment. In Gu Beiyue's case, soaking in medicinal soup was the most suitable. The situation at Medical City is urgent, and we can't afford any delays. You can rest and eat at the inn in front. I'll go prepare some dry food. We won't be able to rest on the way, Gu Beiyue said lightly. No. Qin Min blurted out. It would take at least half a month to get to Medical City from here. Gu Beiyue was shocked and instinctively turned to look at Qin Min. In his memory, she had never spoken so loudly before. "Eldest Miss Qin, is there any inconvenience?" Gu Beiyue asked seriously. Qin Min originally wanted to say that she was soaking in the medicinal soup, but on second thought, Gu Beiyue would definitely find an excuse to refuse if she said that. She said, It's not convenient for me. I have to drink medicine, and that medicine will take at least 6 hours to brew. I also have to buy some things to use." Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for me on the way. Gu Beiyue frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Min stole a glance at him and lowered her head. She was clearly guilty, but in Gu Beiyue's eyes, she was shy. A complicated look flashed past Gu Beiyue's eyes, but he didn't continue asking. Other than his grandfather, he had never admired anyone else's medical skills. Qin Min was the first. Qin Min's complexion wasn't bad, so it shouldn't be anything serious. She should be able to deal with it herself. If he guessed correctly, it was probably something that women encountered every month. Qin Min's tactful words meant exactly that. Many women would drink some medicine to nourish themselves when it was inconvenient. She thought that this reason should be able to fool Gu Beiyue. However, to her surprise, not only did Gu Beiyue compromise, he even said, "Your health is more important. Stay at the inn tonight. Take your time, there's no rush. Just one night. We can leave tomorrow morning," Qin Min hurriedly added. Once they arrived at the inn, Qin Min really wrote down a prescription and went to get the medicine. Gu Beiyue took the prescription and glanced at it. He knew what to do. He said, "Eldest Miss Qin, go eat first. Leave this to this one." "Then I'll have to trouble Grand Tutor Gu," Qin Min said. For a moment, Gu Beiyue wasn't used to it. If she wasn't calling him esteemed Academy Head, then Academy Head Beiyue. This was the first time she'd called him Grand Tutor. Qin Min smiled. "Grand Tutor Gu, I hope that after this trip, there won't be a medical academy anymore, and that you'll no longer be the esteemed Academy Head." Gu Beiyue smiled as well. "I hope eldest Miss Qin's auspicious words are fulfilled." Gu Beiyue was about to leave when Qin Min called him back. "Grand Tutor Gu, you haven't had time to soak in your medicinal decoctions since leaving Tianing. Since you can't leave today, why don't you?" Before she could finish, Gu Beiyue cut her off. "Eldest Miss Qin, 2 guards will be arriving later. They're both reliable men. They'll escort you to Medical City. It won't be too late for you to leave after you've recovered. I'll prepare some dry rations and leave in a bit." Qin Min was stupefied. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. She only felt a chill spread from the top of her head to her feet, then from her skin to her heart. It was so cold that she didn't know what to do. She stared blankly at Gu Beiyue, not knowing what to say. "Sky Room Number 1. Gu Beiyue handed the room card to her. She reflexively reached out to take it, but he turned and left. Gu Beiyue had already disappeared, but Qin Min was still standing there in a daze. A few passers-by bumped into her a few times, but she didn't move at all. Seeing this, the innkeeper hurried over to ask, "Is this young miss staying in Sky Room Number 1? This little one will take you up." It was only then that Qin Min regained her senses. She looked at the waiter and her eyes suddenly turned red. "Young miss, are you all right?" The innkeeper was frightened. The Sky Room was the best room in the entire inn. That white-robed gentleman had spent a large sum of money to reserve all the rooms, which was equivalent to the entire 3rd floor. This young miss was traveling with him, so her identity must be extraordinary. He was really afraid that he wouldn't serve her well. Qin Min stared at him blankly for a long time before she finally said, "I'm fine. I'm just hungry." "You can cry even when you're hungry?" The innkeeper was extremely curious and hurriedly comforted her. "Young miss, don't cry. What do you want to eat? This little one will immediately get the kitchen to prepare it." "Since when did I cry?" Qin Min looked serious. That's right, her eyes were just red. "Since when did she cry?" No, this little one's eyes are bad." The innkeeper hurriedly brought over the menu and tried to change the topic. "Young miss, what would you like to eat? Would you like to eat in the hall, or this little one will send it to your room?" Qin Min looked at the menu and actually ordered a table full of dishes. "Send it to my room. I want it hot." After she finished speaking, she went upstairs. The innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly got the kitchen to prepare it. Soon, a table full of delicacies was placed in front of Qin Min. She took a glance and rolled up her sleeves. gorging herself on the food. Qin Min fed herself until she was full. Suddenly, she felt like she had regained her strength. She was afraid that Gu Beiwei would not be able to find her when he returned, so she left a few words with the innkeeper before leaving. She went to buy her own things and food. The moment Qin Min returned, she saw Gu Beiwei waiting for her at the door. He had changed his clothes, but he was still wearing white. He must have taken care of everything and cleaned himself up. Seeing Qin Min carrying a pile of things, Gu Beiwei strode over to help her. Qin Min threw everything to him. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Beiwei spoke first. "Eldest Miss Qin, don't go out alone in an unfamiliar place in the future. It's dangerous." She didn't know if he was thinking about the incident in the tea house in Ningzhou City, but she remembered. Thinking about his anger that day and how he had said that he would spare her life, her heart warmed. She said, "Thank you, Grand Tutor Gu. I'll remember it. I've already instructed the kitchen to boil the medicine. It will be sent to your room later," Gu Beiwei said. Qin Min nodded and asked, "Grand Tutor Gu, are you leaving?" "I'll leave when the guards arrive." Gu Beiwei put down Qin Min's things and was about to leave. Qin Min asked, "Grand Tutor Gu, are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry," he said indifferently. "I'll be right outside the door. Eldest Miss Qin, if you need anything, you can just shout." Qin Min opened the things in the package and smiled faintly. "If Grand Tutor Gu isn't hungry, let's set off. I've already prepared the food. You don't have to rest on the way." Gu Beiwei was slightly startled. Qin Min continued, "Grand Tutor Gu is seriously ill, but you're still busy with Medical City's matters. I'm just a small matter and shouldn't be delayed. If I don't return to the Qin family, Grand Tutor Gu might not be able to do anything." "It's okay if you're delayed for a day or two," Gu Beiwei advised. "No." Qin Min feels guilty and uneasy. As Qin Min spoke, she clutched her stomach and sat down, pretending to be in pain. Gu Beiwei wanted to take her pulse, but Qin Min stopped him. "It's just a small matter. It's not an illness." She stood up. "Grand Tutor Gu, let's go." Gu Beiwei frowned, but he didn't hesitate for long. He said, "Eldest Miss Qin, hurry and sit down. Drink the medicine and we'll leave tomorrow morning." At this moment, Qin Min almost jumped up. She succeeded. However, she still lowered her eyes and said seriously, "No, you can't be delayed because of me. It's fine. Your health is more important." Gu Beiwei comforted her gently. Qin Min still shook her head. "No," a hint of helplessness flashed past Gu Beiwei's eyes, but he still smiled faintly and said, "Eldest Miss Qin, it's time for me to soak in the medicinal soup. Today's delay isn't because of you." Qin Min's eyes were full of smiles, but she didn't dare to laugh. She said, "Grand Tutor Gu, can you let me take a look at the prescription?" Gu Beiwei really wrote down the prescription and sent the waiter to get the herbs and boil them into a large tub. He soaked in the steaming medicinal soup and sighed heavily before raising his head and closing his eyes. He really didn't understand Qin Min's intentions at first, but when Qin Min pretended to be in pain and sat down, he understood everything. She was deliberately looking for an opportunity to make him soak in the medicinal soup. Once again, he could not help but ask himself if marrying Qin Min was the only and biggest mistake he had made in his life. Chapter 1305. Gu Beiwei was soaking in the medicinal soup. The soup was not full enough to reach his chest. He was thin but refined. His chest was firm and well-defined. Although he was a pot of medicine, he did not look sickly. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he had been practicing martial arts since he was young. His figure, hidden under his white clothes, was unimaginably good. He was originally looking at the ceiling in deep thought, but for some reason, he fell asleep unknowingly. If it were any other time, he would have buried his head in a pile of letters. If he was not busy, he would have stayed up late for another 2 to 4 hours. He would not sleep, nor could he sleep. He clearly did not relax, but the steam from the medicinal soup and the smell of the herbs made his body slowly relax. Gradually, his heart also relaxed. In this familiar temperature and smell, everything seemed to become familiar. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was young and soaked in medicinal soup every day. His body and mind did not regress to that time. Instead, he was like a bystander, watching the child soak in the medicinal soup gradually become a teenager and gradually grow up. His gentle eyes unconsciously revealed a look of pity. He had pitied countless people, but this was the first time he pitied himself. From a bystander's point of view, he pitied himself in the past. What kind of maturity was this? He was immersed in the familiar past until the waiter came in with a warm bowl of medicinal soup. Only then did he wake up. The waiter added hot medicinal soup into the large bathtub. With an ambiguous expression, he said with a smile, "Young master, who is that lady at the door to you? She has been waiting outside for a long time." Gu Beiwei immediately looked up, but did not say a word. The waiter thought that he had said something wrong and did not dare to ask again. He quickly avoided Gu Beiwei's gaze and continued to pour the medicinal soup. After a while, Gu Beiwei finally opened his mouth and said lightly, "She is my wife." The waiter's ambiguous tone made him have to admit it. Otherwise, how would a lady like Qin Min be thought of if she waited outside? "My eyes are bad. My eyes are bad." The waiter was very surprised and nodded repeatedly. However, he was puzzled. Since these two were husband and wife, why did they have to live in separate rooms? This young master lived in Sky Room number 2, while that madam lived in Sky Room number 1. Gu Beiwei saw the waiter's suspicious look and immediately thought of this. He explained, "We had a quarrel yesterday, so she's angry." The waiter laughed and was no longer curious. If it weren't for Gu Beiwei's intelligence and observation, and if it weren't for the waiter's talkative nature, Gu Beiwei wouldn't have to explain so much. When people who were too smart or too deep stayed with people who were too simple, it was destined that the smart ones would be more tired. What else did the waiter think Gu Beiwei would say? But after meeting Gu Beiwei, he didn't say anything. He waited for a while, then turned to leave. However, just as he was about to open the door, he turned back and whispered, "Young master, when you went out just now," madam cried. Gu Beiwei, who had been silent, suddenly sat up. He frowned and asked seriously, "What happened?" The waiter thought that madam was crying because of a quarrel, but seeing Gu Beiwei's reaction, he knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly explained, "I don't know either. After you went out, madam just stood there without moving. She seemed to be bewitched. She didn't move away even after being hit twice." "Did you hit her?" Gu Beiwei anxiously interrupted. No. She just hit her shoulder." "It's nothing serious," the waiter hurriedly explained. "Then why did she cry?" Gu Beiwei asked seriously. Based on his understanding of Qin Min, although Qin Min was born as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she wasn't weak and wouldn't cry like this. "I don't know either. I was afraid that she was hurt, so I went over to take a look and saw that madam was crying. She said that she was hungry, so she ordered a table of dishes. After that, she went out," the waiter answered honestly. Gu Beiwei didn't ask any more questions after the waiter's words. His face was solemn as he silently waved his hand, indicating for the waiter to leave. Qin Min had been standing in the courtyard at the entrance. Seeing the waiter open the door and come out, she wasn't anxious. She waited patiently for the waiter to close the door and come down. Only then did she smile at the waiter and beckon for him to come over. Compared to facing Gu Beiwei, the waiter was more afraid of Qin Min. He couldn't understand how this madam could smile at him so beautifully when she was crying just now. Yes, this madam's smile was much brighter than other people's laughter. The waiter walked over fearfully. "Madam, what can I do for you?" "Is he asleep?" Qin Min asked in a low voice. The waiter shook his head at first, but he quickly shook it again. "What do you mean?" Qin Min became serious. He was originally asleep, but I woke him up when I went in. But later, he fell asleep again. The waiter could only explain it this way. He was afraid that if he said that the young master wasn't asleep, this madam would order him to do something. However, Qin Min didn't ask anything else, nor did she say anything else. She only wanted to know if he had truly relaxed and rested. She thought that as long as he could sleep, there shouldn't be a problem. Qin Min was happy and rewarded the waiter with an ingot of silver. This made the waiter extremely happy. Remember to come back later to change the medicinal soup. Don't delay too long, or you'll catch a cold easily. She instructed seriously. Yes, yes. I'm guarding it. I'm also guarding Madam's medicine. Qin Min sensed that something was wrong after the waiter said that. She asked, Who told you to call me Madam? This young man had just called her a young lady, but after going in for a while, he had become Madam. Young master said so, the waiter answered. Qin Min's eyes lit up. She stood up and looked at the waiter thoughtfully. The waiter immediately realized that he seemed to have said something wrong again. He felt guilty. Madam, the medicine is still simmering on the stove. I'll go take a look. However, Qin Min walked in front of him. Her sweet smile was a little silly. She asked, He just woke up? I went in to change the medicinal soup and accidentally woke him up. The waiter could only confess honestly. Did he mention me? Qin Min asked again. The waiter couldn't take it anymore and could only tell the truth. Just now I was too talkative and said that you were waiting outside. Qin Min frowned. She didn't want Gu Beiyue to know about this. What did he say? Qin Min continued to ask. This way of getting to the bottom of things made the waiter unable to brush her off, so he told her the truth. Young master said that you were Madam. Qin Min looked at the tightly shut door and was a little stunned. Of course, she knew that he didn't want her to be the subject of ridicule. She sighed softly in her heart. Why do you have to be so tired? The waiter sneaked away, and Qin Min didn't pursue the matter. The waiter told Gu Beiyue that she was crying, but she didn't know about it. In the waiter's opinion, if her eyes were filled with tears and she was crying again, then she was crying. However, in her opinion, if the tears didn't fall out of her eyes, then she wasn't crying. Even if Gu Beiyue knew that she was at the door, she still guarded the door. She had to keep an eye on the waiter to see if he changed the water on time. Otherwise, if he caught a cold, then this hard-earned medicinal bath wouldn't be worth it. As she waited, she pondered over Gu Beiyue's prescription. Although she studied medicine, she was familiar with pharmacology. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand this prescription even after looking at it for a long time. The last time she took Gu Beiyue's pulse, she diagnosed that he had an illness that he had since he was young. It affected his lungs and exhausted his heart and kidneys. Based on this prescription, it was indeed a medicine that could cure his illness. However, she couldn't understand the use of several herbs. She hesitated for a long time and finally returned to her room. She secretly made a copy of the prescription and stayed there to slowly ponder over it. Actually, her first thought was to consult Mu Linger or Gu. However, after thinking about it seriously, she dispelled this thought. After all, this was Gu Beiyue's privacy. The only thing she could do was to urge him to take medicinal baths more often. After a while, the waiter brought over a bowl of black medicinal soup. Qin Min didn't want to drink it at first. She didn't really need this medicine. Moreover, most of the time, she didn't like to drink medicine. She preferred acupuncture. The medicine was bitter, and she was afraid. She was about to throw the medicine away, but she seemed to have thought of something. She smiled to herself, as if she was entertaining herself, and drank the bitter medicine in big gulps. Elsewhere, the hot medicine drove away the cold of the night. Qin Min only felt her whole body warming up. She moved a chair over and placed it by Gu Beiyue's door. Holding a lantern, she stepped on it. The waiter happened to bring the hot medicinal soup over and was shocked when he saw this. Madam, madam! Qin Min stood on the high chair and looked back with a fierce look. If you wake him up, I'll ask you. The waiter walked closer and advised anxiously, Madam, what are you doing? If it falls, our small shop can't afford to pay for it. Chin Min ignored him. She tiptoed and hung the lantern on it. Then, she jumped down nimbly. The waiter looked at the hanging lantern and then looked at Chin Min. It was really unbelievable. He never thought that such a weak woman could actually do a man's work. Go in, the soup is going to get cold, Chin Min urged. The waiter didn't know what was wrong with him. He suddenly trembled and hurried in. Inside the room, Gu Beiyue's eyes were closed. It wasn't clear if he was really asleep or just pretending to sleep. The waiter didn't dare to say more. He changed the medicinal soup and hurried out. When he arrived at the door, he was shocked by Chin Min again. He saw Chin Min sitting by the door with her back against the wall and reading a medical book seriously. Her serious look made him not dare to disturb her. He couldn't bear to disturb her. After 3 o'clock, the waiter brought in clean hot water. Gu Beiyue's medicinal bath was over. Chin Min stretched lazily but didn't stay for long. She simply went back to her room without making a sound and fell asleep as soon as she laid down. The next day, she woke up very early again. However, after waiting for a long time, Gu Beiyue still didn't come out. She knocked a few times and asked softly, Grand Tutor Gu, are you awake? Gu Beiyue was already awake and was flipping through a few letters. He clearly heard Chin Min's voice, but he was indifferent. Chin Min knocked a few times but didn't get any response. She just thought that Gu Beiyue was still asleep. She didn't dare to disturb him. She would be happiest if he could rest for a while more. She went back to her room and continued to sleep. She originally thought that Gu Beiyue would wake her up when he woke up, but who knew that she would sleep in a daze until noon. When she woke up, Gu Beiyue had just packed up and left. When she saw him, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief and didn't say anything. Eldest Miss Chin, are you feeling better? Gu Beiyue asked. Much better. We can set off now, Chin Min said with a smile. The two of them only exchanged a few words before continuing their journey west. They didn't talk much along the way. They really didn't waste any more time and went straight to Medical City. Chapter 1306. Although Gu Beiyue kept his itinerary a secret and kept a low profile all the way. However, the Ren family and the Chin family still sent people to guard the entrance of the medical school day and night, waiting for Gu Beiyue's return. For the past month, the Chin family had sent Chin Min letters almost every day. Unfortunately, Chin Min never replied. Late one night, a carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of the medical school. Although the carriage was simple, the person driving it was like a banished immortal that could only be met by chance. Yes, Gu Beiyue had personally driven Chin Min back. They had chosen to arrive late at night to avoid the eyes of the crowd. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue had sensed many people lurking around when he arrived. He got off the carriage first and took the wheelchair from the back of the horse. Then, he got into the carriage and carried Chin Min. He whispered into the carriage, "There are people around. Be careful." "Understood," Chin Min replied softly. Gu Beiyue reached out his hand. "Miss Chin, sorry for the offense." Chin Min continued to smile. "Thank you, Grand Tutor Gu." Thus, Gu Beiyue carried Chin Min. He supported her back with one hand and her legs with the other. It was a standard princess carry. Chin Min's hands were placed on both sides of her body. It would be a lie to say that she was not reserved. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Her entire body was stiff. Other than herself, Gu Beiyue's feelings were the clearest. Her expression was nervous. She lowered her eyes and frowned slightly. He carried her out of the carriage and stepped on air. It was as if he was walking on air and landed lightly on the ground. He placed her in the wheelchair and inadvertently saw her expression. He immediately looked away. He did not know why, but the corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. It was faint and faint. She did not know whether it was out of helplessness, mockery, or just pure amusement. Perhaps only he knew. Or perhaps even he did not know. To Qin Min, even if Gu Beiyue's lips curled upwards by 3 or 4 degrees, she would not be able to tell. She was too nervous. Being in his embrace, being supported by his hands, and being enveloped by the faint fragrance of herbs on his body, she could no longer care about anything else. Her eyes were empty, and her mind was completely blank. She closed her eyes subconsciously. Many times, when you like someone, the person is clearly in front of you, but you can't help but want to close your eyes and feel his existence. Perhaps it was because what was seen might not be remembered, but what was felt was the most eternal. Gu Beiyue placed Qin Min in the wheelchair and immediately got up. The first thing he did was to take off his cloak and cover Qin Min's legs. He said seriously, "Don't catch a cold and feel pain." Then, he pushed Qin Min into the medical school. Before he even reached his residence, Vice Academy Head Shin came looking for him. "Lord Academy Head, you've finally returned. Is that patient still recuperating?" Gu Beiyue asked seriously. "Yes. It'll be the morning after tomorrow. If he isn't treated soon, he'll lose his life," Vice Academy Head Shin said anxiously. Gu Beiyue walked into the room as he asked, "What's the Qin family's intention now?" However, Vice Academy Head Shin still did not answer when they were already inside. Qin Min was a very careful and intelligent person. She knew that Vice Academy Head Shin was afraid of her presence. She hurriedly said, "Vice Academy Head Shin, the Qin family is in the wrong right now. My father is in the wrong. What's the situation now? Please speak frankly." Vice Academy Head Shin was not familiar with Qin Min, so he was rather surprised. It had to be said that when Gu Beiyue married Qin Min, everyone in the medical school, including him, felt that Gu Beiyue did not marry Qin Min sincerely. Instead, he had other motives. Vice Academy Head Shin was still somewhat hesitant. Gu Beiyue was about to speak when Qin Min suddenly stood up from the wheelchair and said indifferently, "Vice Academy Head Shin, you can rest assured now, right?" This? Vice Academy Head Shin was frightened. He walked around Qin Min in a circle in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. Qin Min sat down next to Gu Beiyue and gracefully gestured for him to sit. "Vice Academy Head Shin, let's sit down and talk in detail." Vice Academy Head Shin looked at Gu Beiyue and only sat down after Gu Beiyue nodded. "Esteemed Academy Head, what's going on?" When Gu Beiyue told him about Qin Min's legs being poisoned, Vice Academy Head Shin immediately realized that there was something fishy going on in the Qin family. Moreover, he had a suspect in his heart. Qin Min's father was the head of the Qin family, Qin Fengli. Qin Min was the eldest miss of the family and had several younger sisters. However, she only had one younger brother who had just turned 16 this year. Whether it was his medical skills or qualifications, he was only a third-rank doctor. The most talented person in the Qin family was the eldest miss of the family. Unfortunately, her legs were crippled and she couldn't find a good family to marry into. Thus, she couldn't increase her younger brother's strength in the competition for the patriarch's position through marriage. Therefore, the eldest miss of the family wasn't favored and didn't receive the cultivation she deserved. So much so that she had only participated in the examination once, and she was only a third-rank doctor. Qin Fengli knew that her younger sisters were only SOSO, so he didn't cultivate them. On the contrary, he found many good families for his daughters by marriage. In the eyes of the patriarch, no matter how good his daughter's medical skills were, she was still a woman. It was far from being comparable to the power of a family by marriage. The patriarch only had one son, so he spent all his efforts on him. However, his son was young and disappointing. Qin Fengli's younger brother, Qin Min's second uncle, and the second head of the Qin family, Qin Fengxian, had an extremely talented and promising son. He was 26 this year and was ranked as a 5th-rank divine doctor. It was very likely that he would break Han Kongan's record and become the youngest 6th-rank doctor in the history of the medical school. In the fight for the head of the family, medical skills were the most important, but it didn't represent everything. Other than helping his son fight for the head of the family, it wasn't impossible for Second Master Qin to harm Qin Min. It could even be said that he was the most suspicious. If it were any other family's internal strife, Vice Head Shen wouldn't pay so much attention to it. However, he wasn't the only one paying attention to the internal strife between the Qin and Ren families. Gu Beiyue had long been aware of it. After the former number 1 family, the Gu family, was defeated, the Qin and Ren families became the representatives of the medical school's 2 major powers. To a large extent, the medical school's decisions were controlled by the Qin and Ren families. Originally, the Ren family's medical skills and connections were superior. However, Gu Beiyue married Qin Min and became the Qin family's son-in-law, so the Qin family could contend with the Ren family. Of course, the Qin family's internal strife didn't have much to do with this matter, so it wasn't convenient for Vice Head Shen to ask about it. This time, it was a battle between the Qin and Ren families, so the eldest miss of the Qin family ought to side with her father. It was best for her to avoid arousing suspicion. Vice Head Shen glanced at the Vice Head Shen. Seeing that the Vice Head still didn't have any intention of speaking, he could only drop the matter. He thought that as long as the Vice Head Shen trusted Qin Min, he could also trust her. Vice Head Shen, madam, Patriarch Qin still insists on not continuing the treatment. If he still doesn't change his mind the day after tomorrow, this patient will undoubtedly die. To be on the safe side, it's better for the Vice Head Shen to personally step in, Vice Head Shen said seriously. This time, the grievances between the Ren and Qin families were like this. Not long ago, there was an old man over 50 years old. His family was poor and had contracted a strange illness. He had been seeking treatment for a long time. Later, Patriarch Qin heard about this case and sent someone over to take the initiative to treat the old man. Patriarch Qin was a 7th-rank medical sage. Together with Patriarch Ren, they were known as the medical school's 3 sages, second only to Divine Dr. Vice Head Shen and Senior Dr. Gu Beiyue. It wasn't that easy to find Patriarch Qin to personally treat a patient. When Patriarch Qin received a case, he either examined the patient or treated the patient. Only those with authority and rare illnesses caught his eye. At first, the old man was very happy and deeply grateful to Patriarch Qin. However, who would have thought that after receiving treatment for a month, there would be no effect at all? Instead, his condition would worsen. Just as Patriarch Qin was about to proceed with the 2nd stage of treatment, the old man suddenly ran away. He actually ran to the gate of the Ren family and knelt down, claiming that he had been cheated by Patriarch Qin and begging Patriarch Ren to save him. This matter thoroughly angered Patriarch Qin. Patriarch Ren didn't accept the old man's pleas. While refusing to treat him, he also persuaded the old man to return to the Qin family. However, Patriarch Qin said that no one in the Qin family was allowed to touch this case again, including himself. Patriarch Qin formulated a 3-month treatment plan for the old man. He used the method of putting him on the brink of death. First, all the lesions would be forced out, and then a thorough treatment would be carried out. This was an extremely risky treatment method. Now that the treatment was halfway through, once the doctor changed, the risk would be very high. Even if Patriarch Qin was willing to explain the previous treatment in detail to Patriarch Ren, Patriarch Ren wouldn't dare to take over. Patriarch Ren thus accused Patriarch Qin of depraved medical ethics, treating patients as ants and wantonly trampling on the patient's life. He even questioned Patriarch Qin's previous treatment plan. Patriarch Qin was so angry that he pushed the patient to Patriarch Ren. He was even more determined not to accept the patient. No matter who persuaded him, he wouldn't give in. The Ren family and the Qin family were already turbulent in the dark. This time, when the 2 patriarchs quarreled, the 2 families openly opposed each other. This matter caused an uproar and upgraded the appearance of the 2 families. Large and small forces in the medical city also stood on the same side. Vice President Shen could pretend to be ignorant of the struggle between the two families and the two camps. However, this matter involved the patient's life. Since there was a patient between the two families, Vice President Shen had no choice but to intervene. His subordinates once proposed that the two families should fight. It would be best if the patient was exhausted to death. When the time came, the dean could use this as a reason to punish the two patriarchs and even revoke their medical qualifications. He could even take this opportunity to directly promote the reform of the medical school. He had to admit that this was an excellent idea. Any reform was inevitable without sacrifice. However, Vice President Shen was a doctor with a parental heart, so he couldn't be ruthless. He also knew very well that this young dean was even more unwilling to be ruthless. Therefore, he could only do his best to protect the patient and wait for the dean to return. Vice President Shen presented the case. If the patient had been handed to him from the beginning, he would have been able to cure him. In the current situation, he didn't dare to take the risk. He could only reluctantly protect the patient and prevent his condition from worsening. Gu Beiyue carefully read the case and asked indifferently, "This old man is from the Ren family, right?" Qin Min's lips curled into a faint smile. Vice President Shen was stunned at first, but he quickly came to a realization and fiercely slapped his forehead. He must be. He must be. I'm old and muddle-headed. Chapter 1307. Hearing Gu Beiyue's reminder, Vice Academy head Shin came to a sudden realization. The Ren family was the cause of this dispute. Clan head Qin often stayed in seclusion, waiting for patients to come to him. Clan head Ren, on the other hand, often wandered the world, taking the initiative to search for all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Clan head Ren had many unknown difficult and complicated diseases on his hand. 4 doctors of their level, treating those common and minor illnesses was a waste of time unless the situation was urgent. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Therefore, they all hoped to challenge difficult and complicated diseases, both to treat and to research. As long as they collected a certain number of cases, they could propose a systematic treatment plan, repeatedly experimenting to form a paradigm. In the end, not only would they become the originator of a certain treatment, but they would also be written into medical textbooks and even medical history. It wasn't strange for this patient to be recommended to Clan Head Qin. What was strange was that this patient had the courage to leave Clan Head Qin and seek treatment at the Ren family's door. He even questioned Clan Head Qin's medical skills. After all, Clan Head Qin was a medical sage. Not to mention a poor old man who had no way to seek help. Even a powerful person wouldn't dare to question the authority of the Qin family's patriarch. This old man was most likely instigated by someone. In today's medical city, apart from Gu Beiyue, only the Ren family dared to provoke the Qin family. It looks like Clan Head Qin is going to suffer a big loss. Vice Academy Head Shin said seriously. Generally speaking, there were 2 situations when a patient was transferred to another doctor. The first was when the doctor took the initiative to transfer the patient. The doctor would choose the best time to contact the new doctor based on the patient's condition and complete the handover. After the new doctor took over, the old doctor would assist for a period of time in order to prevent accidents and help the patient adapt. The second was when the patient questioned the doctor's skill and took the initiative to request a transfer. The new doctor could be recommended by the old doctor, or the patient could find the new doctor himself. However, the old doctor still had to complete the transfer. However, this old man's situation was different. This old man's condition was special, and Clan Head Qin's treatment method was even more special. How could Clan Head Qin be willing to tell his private treatment plan to Clan Head Ren? Clan Head Qin isn't stupid. He must have seen that the patient was found by the Ren family, Gu Beiyue said indifferently. There's nothing we can do even if we know. Now that we're in a dilemma, it's too late. Qin Min was extremely helpless. This move of the Ren family is really insidious. Nowadays, there are many people denouncing Patriarch Qin in the medical school. Moreover, this matter had already begun to spread. In the eyes of those who didn't know the ropes, Patriarch Qin would definitely become a doctor who didn't save a dying patient. Should the Qin clan swallow his anger and hand over the treatment plan obediently? Or should he ignore the life and death of the old man and be cursed for not saving a dying patient and for having no medical ethics? In the end, the medical school would definitely punish Patriarch Qin severely. The three of them were silent and deep in thought. Since Gu Beiwei was not in a hurry, it meant that he had the confidence to save the patient. In this way, saving people was the most important task. How to use this opportunity to suppress the two patriarchs was the key. Qin Min sneaked a peek at Gu Beiwei. If it was something else, she wouldn't be sitting there, much less talk about it. However, this matter was related to her and the Qin clan, so she had to sit there and speak up. On the way here, Gu Beiwei hadn't discussed this matter with her, but she was completely certain that Gu Beiwei already knew how to deal with this matter. What was he still hesitating about? Serene, this matter, what do you think? Vice Academy head Shin had been in a terrible fix for many days. In the end, he was still anxious. Gu Beiwei ignored him, but Vice Academy head Shin unexpectedly cast an inquisitive look at Qin Min. Qin Min subconsciously avoided his gaze, not knowing what to do for a moment. She knew that Vice Academy head Shin was inquiring about Gu Beiwei's thoughts. She had been by Gu Beiwei's side for so long, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Qin Min had an indescribable feeling that made her want to laugh. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her eyes to look at Vice Academy head Shin. Unfortunately, he was no longer looking at her. "I don't know what he's thinking either," she muttered to herself. She felt that it was strange. What was Vice Academy head Shin so anxious about? He had been by Gu Beiwei's side for so long, even longer than she had. Why couldn't he understand Gu Beiwei's temperament? Actually, getting along with Gu Beiwei was the easiest. He would speak when he needed to, and there was no need to ask or guess when he didn't need to. Although he didn't like to explain too much, he could make people feel at ease. As Qin Min thought about it, she suddenly realized that she understood this man a lot more than before. They had clearly not had many opportunities to get to know each other. They had clearly been married for 2 to 3 years, but they had only been together for less than half a year. How did she know so much about him? Qin Min unconsciously drifted off, but Gu Beiwei suddenly opened his mouth. "Madam," Qin Min heard his voice, but she was still in a daze. She hadn't come back to her senses, so she didn't realize that Gu Beiwei was calling her. The way he called her "madam" sounded so unfamiliar, as if he was calling someone else. However, when it came from someone else, it sounded so familiar. She knew it was her the moment she heard it. "Madam." Gu Beiwei turned to look at Qin Min and called her again. Qin Min came back to her senses this time and responded instinctively, "Ah! Madam, are you worried about father-in-law?" Gu Beiwei asked indifferently. Qin Min shook her head honestly. Gu Beiwei couldn't help but smile. Vice Academy head Shin became more and more suspicious. Eldest Miss Qin, as a daughter, really didn't want to protect her own father? "All right then, I'll teach you how to save people. Go save them." Gu Beiwei finally said what he was thinking. Vice Academy head Shin was shocked. Vice Academy head Shin was shocked. How good was eldest Miss Qin's foundation to be able to learn this? Although the director had personally taught her, this case wasn't simple, right? Although he knew that Miss Qin had her own set of acupuncture skills and her medical skills were far higher than her grade, in his opinion, Miss Qin's medical skills were not that high after all. Could it be that eldest Miss Qin had some unknown ability? Qin Min was also surprised. However, she didn't expect Gu Beiwei to hesitate for so long before making this decision. Why was he hesitating? Did he not trust her? Was he afraid that she would side with the Qin family in this dispute? She glanced at him and replied indifferently, "All right." Qin Min was still waiting for Gu Beiwei to continue, but Gu Beiwe said indifferently, "Madam, it's getting late. You should rest first." Qin Min's eyes widened. She was clearly very surprised. Was this guy trying to drive her away? After she'd discovered that her legs had been poisoned, he'd told her to leave Medical City and go to Yuning. He'd said that he would find an opportunity to reform the great Qin Empire's medical industry with Medicine City. He'd also said that he hoped for her participation and would take the opportunity to help her find the person who'd poisoned her legs. He'd promised her the right to participate, but now why had he trusted her in the beginning, but now he was doubting her? In the past 2 to 3 years, other than the fake pregnancy incident, she hadn't done anything wrong. Qin Min had a backbone. Since Gu Beiwe had chased her away, she naturally left. When she entered the room, all her emotions surged up. However, there was nowhere for her to vent her anger. She was so aggrieved that all her organs hurt. In the end, she vented all her anger on the quilt and punched it again and again. "Gu Beiwe, don't you know what kind of person I, Qin Min, am? Why are you suddenly so guarded against me? Is there a point?" As soon as she said this, she was suddenly stunned. After a while, she muttered to herself, "Gu Beiwe, how do you know what kind of person I am? How do you know?" The night passed just like that. Qin Min didn't ask about the Ren and Qin family matters anymore. The next afternoon, Gu Beiwe called her to the study and personally taught her the treatment method. Qin Min didn't say a word the entire time and just listened quietly. Her silence only made Gu Beiwe open his mouth to ask her if she'd understood. Did she have any questions to ask? Qin Min kept shaking her head until Gu Beiwe finished. She followed Gu Beiwe's instructions and explained all the medical and pharmacological principles she knew. She also simulated the acupuncture method. Although Gu Beiwe knew Qin Min's ability, he was still shocked by her super high learning ability and comprehension ability. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Miss Qin, it's really a pity." What was a pity? A pity that such a high talent didn't receive training and didn't become famous in Medical City and the world at a young age? Or a pity that she married him? Qin Min subconsciously shook her head and didn't want to think too much about it. She hated the state of being worried about gains and losses and being paranoid. If you don't ask for anything, you won't have to worry about anything, right? Qin Min didn't ask and didn't think too deeply about it. She had secretly made up her mind that when she finished her business in Medical City, she would go back to Ningzhou City and live a carefree life. She would take good care of and train Little Shadow. "Gu Beiwe, I like you. But I don't have to have you." She turned back and smiled at Gu Beiwe. "It's not a pity. I'm living a carefree life. Unlike you, who carry lives on your shoulders every day and carry a lot of things that you can't talk about." Qin Min turned around and walked away gracefully, leaving Gu Beiwe with a beautiful figure. Gu Beiwe couldn't help but give a start. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he'd returned to that moonlit night in Yuning. This woman had turned around just like that, her footsteps free and light. Yesterday, he pretended to think about it and deliberately asked her to leave. He wanted to break her heart. He would rather be the bad guy and make her resent him than make her think about him all the time. He clearly saw the hurt in her eyes last night, but it had only been one night. How could she smile at him like this and answer such a question? "Qin Min, what kind of person are you?" This was the first time Gu Beiwe thought about this question, but he didn't delve into it. In the afternoon, a group of young doctors from Medical City gathered at the Qin residence's gate to protest and denounce Master Qin. They demanded that Master Qin immediately save people, or they would leave Medical City forever. Gu Beiwe was discussing with Vice Academy head Shin about letting Qin Min save people. As soon as this matter came out, Gu Beiwe asked Qin Min to go to the Qin residence in place of her father to save people and quell public anger. Qin Min didn't know why Gu Beiwe did this or what his next plan was. She just did as she was told. Qin Min waited for less than an hour before Xiaoyao rushed back. She didn't even have guards and had Xiaoyao push her over. Chapter 1308. Qin Manor's main gate was completely surrounded. At the very front, there were 3 rows of people who were demonstrating. They were all young doctors from Medical City, and their medical skills weren't low. Behind them stood 4 or 5 rows of people. There were low-ranked doctors, ordinary citizens, and many family members who had sent their relatives to Medical City for treatment. They were discussing animatedly, and from time to time, they would protest in unison. At first, they were only denouncing Patriarch Qin, but later, they vented their anger on the entire Qin family. Even a few of the Qin family's famous doctors were scolded. Qin Min was wearing a light yellow dress, which was simple and elegant. In the summer, she gave off an indescribable sense of freshness. She was sitting in a wheelchair, and Xiaoyao had pushed her out of a small alley. Everyone's attention was on the commotion outside the Qin manor, so not many people noticed her. Even if someone did notice her, it was because they were attracted by her beauty. They could only sigh that she was so beautiful, but she was a cripple. Everyone in Medical City knew that the Qin family's eldest miss was crippled, but few people knew that the Qin family's eldest miss was as beautiful as a flower. Xiaoyao was frightened by the scene outside the Qin manor. She stopped and asked in a low voice, "Madam, why don't we have the son-in-law send 2 guards over? If they make a fuss," before she could finish, Qin Min interrupted, "they're at their own doorstep, so why are they afraid of being bullied? Are you joking?" Xiaoyao pursed her lips and didn't try to persuade her any further. She had originally followed her master from Ningzhou City to Yuning, but her master disliked her for being a busybody and left her in Yuning while she went to the north with the son-in-law alone. She was curious if anything had happened between Madame and the son-in-law along the way. She didn't dare ask too much, for fear that she would upset Madame and send her to Ningzhou again. After all, she had begged for a long time before Madame agreed to let her serve in Medical City. Xiaoyao pushed Qin Min closer and closer to the crowd. At this moment, the Qin manor's tightly shut doors suddenly opened. For a moment, all the discussions and denunciations came to an abrupt end. The world was finally peaceful again. Qin Min poked her ears and had Xiaoyao stop. She had to see who the Qin family had sent to deal with this matter first. Qin Min was surprised, because the person who came out of the Qin manor was none other than her second uncle's precious son, the Qin family's eldest young master, Qin Jingyuan. He was dressed in a dignified white robe, with a jade belt around his waist and his hair tied up high. He stood loftily at the entrance with a serious expression. Although he was young, he had the calmness of a doctor. Second Master Qin and his son couldn't wait for her father to fail miserably in this matter, so why would they help him? Qin Min knew what was going on. Sure enough, after Qin Jingyuan stood there for a moment, he personally closed the door and walked down the stairs step by step. Under everyone's gaze, he turned towards the tightly shut door and bowed seriously, saying loudly, "Jingyuan, I only ask Uncle to put your life first. If Uncle doesn't agree, I won't get up." There was no need for superfluous words. Just the 4 words, "life is the most important," were enough to explain all the key points. Qin Zheng originally said no, but she actually knelt down in front of the young doctors who were demonstrating. In an instant, the previously silent crowd erupted into an uproar. "It's rare that there are still people in the Qin clan who are sensible. Patriarch Qin is a dignified medical sage. Yet you're not as reasonable as a junior. In my opinion, Patriarch Qin is no longer fit to be the patriarch. It's better for him to give up his position as the patriarch. Otherwise, the Qin family's foundation will all be ruined in his hands." Patriarch Qin, First Elder Qin, even your own Qin family members can't take it anymore. Why aren't you showing your face? Don't be dragged out by your own Qin family members when the time comes. At that time, your old face will be stripped bare. There was a flurry of discussion. Patriarch Qin was a dignified patriarch of the Qin family, a dignified medical sage. Yet, he was being compared to a junior and was being belittled like that. This was simply the biggest joke and humiliation. However, the Qin family's main door was still tightly shut and didn't move an inch. "Madam, those people from the second branch might really be able to force Master out," Xiaoyao whispered. The more Qin Min heard this, the more she felt that something was amiss. She said seriously, "Xiaoyao, didn't I tell you not to call me madam? You're a maidservant of my maternal family. Why are you calling me madam?" Xiaoyao's way of calling her madam and master made Qin Min feel awkward no matter how she heard it. Xiaoyao was a maidservant of her maternal family. No matter whose madam she became, Xiaoyao still had to call her Mississippi. She really didn't understand why Xiaoyao was so used to calling her madam after calling her Miss for more than 10 years. "Madam, what time is it now? Are you still fussing about this?" Xiaoyao asked anxiously. Qin Min turned back and glared at her. Xiaoyao was still in a deadlock with her at first, but as Qin Min's big clear eyes slowly narrowed, Xiaoyao felt guilty and obediently changed her way of addressing her. "Miss, what time is it now? Let's not be fussy about this, all right?" Qin Min was finally satisfied and said, "Push me over." Although Qin Zheng was originally the most highly skilled in medicine among the younger generation of the Qin family, Qin Min had never taken her seriously. Xiaoyao continued to push Qin Min forward, but Qin Min was helpless and said softly, "Xiaoyao, we're here to put on a show. Can't you shout a few times?" Xiaoyao was still gloomy about the two forms of address and only recovered at this moment. "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly shouted, "Ah!" This loud voice not only frightened Qin Min, but also caused the small 100 people in front to turn their heads in unison in shock. When Xiaoyao saw that everyone had turned their heads, she pushed the wheelchair and ran forward like a mad woman. "Move aside, move aside, move aside quickly. If you bump into someone, you won't be compensated. Move aside quickly. This is a matter of life and death, hurry and make way. If you bump into someone and lose your life, you'll have to bear the consequences. Quick, quick, quick. If you don't move aside, it'll be too late to save someone. A life for a life." Not to mention the crowd, even Qin Min herself was dumbfounded by Peony's words. What was she shouting about? Perhaps it was because Xiaoyao's shouting was effective or because the speed at which she was pushing the wheelchair was too frightening, but the crowd was very self-aware and quickly opened a path for the master and servant pair. They went straight to the main entrance of the Qin family. Even Qin Zheng, who had just left the harsh words of kneeling and not getting up, got up early and fled. When the wheelchair came to an abrupt stop, Qin Min almost flew out. Fortunately, she had the foresight to grab the armrest tightly with both hands. As soon as the wheelchair stopped, everyone around looked at Qin Min. Qin Min also swept her gaze over them, feeling extremely gloomy. It was clearly Xiaoyao who shouted, so why were these people staring at her as if she was a monster? In the silence, Qin Zheng suddenly exclaimed, "Qin Min!" As soon as she said this, those who recognized Qin Min in the crowd all spoke up. "Isn't this the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Min? This is the dean's wife, right? Why, when did the dean's wife come back?" Those who didn't recognize Qin Min all felt that it was a pity. They didn't expect the most famous cripple in Medical City to be so beautiful. However, as they discussed, everyone wanted to know why Qin Min appeared here at this time. Was she here on behalf of her father or her husband? Those who could come here to protest were not friends of the Qin family and had always been hostile toward them. Qin Min had the title of the dean's wife, so everyone was more or less afraid of her and was much more polite. However, politeness didn't mean kindness. Her identity as the dean's wife became the key to everyone's difficulties. As a result, many people gathered around. "Dean's wife, did you specially come back to persuade your father? Dean's wife, this is a matter of life and death. Will the dean personally appear? Dean's wife, your father is the head of the family and the dean's father-in-law. If he insists on doing things his own way, he's going to embarrass our medical school. Hurry up and persuade him." These words were still considered reserved. There were even people who chuckled and asked, "Dean's wife, you're in charge of the Qin family now, right? You have to quickly make a decision on this matter." Qin Zheng didn't expect Qin Min to come, so he didn't dare to remain silent. He walked over and called out, "Sister, you're finally back. Hurry up and persuade Uncle. Uncle listens to you the most." At this time, the Ren family members who were hiding in the crowd were waiting to watch a good show. So what if Qin Min could persuade Patriarch Qin? Now that things had escalated to this point, Patriarch Qin's reputation had long been ruined. Their goal had also been achieved. Moreover, when their master found and bribed that old man, he had already made it clear that even if Patriarch Qin tried to save him now, it would definitely be too late. The Qin family would definitely have to bear this life. As long as the Qin family had this stain, so what if the Qin family was the dean's wife's family? The Qin family would never be able to make a comeback. Qin Zheng originally had Qin Zheng's sinister intentions, and the Ren family had their own schemes. Qin Min could see through them, so she couldn't be bothered with anyone. She was only here to do what Gu Beiwei had instructed her to do. She would leave the rest to Gu Beiwei. She opened her mouth and said exactly what Gu Beiwei had instructed her to say. She didn't add in any of her own opinions. She said, "Everyone, let's go back. If my father doesn't save him, I will. If he can't be saved, it won't be too late for you to come knocking on my door." The moment she said this, everyone was shocked. Many people thought that they had heard wrongly and started discussing in low voices. What did she say? She wants to save him? What a joke. Even Vice Principal Shen doesn't dare to easily take over. She wants to take over? Haha, this is treating human life like grass. Everyone's discussion was still soft, but Qin Jing suddenly said loudly, "Sister, what kind of joke are you making?" This time, everyone began to shout loudly. "Dean's wife, the appointment is a matter of life and death. It's not child's play. What right do you have to save him? Come knocking if he can't be saved? Then it'll be too late." This is simply treating life as child's play. So the Qin family's people are all like this. Qin Min's words angered everyone, and those from the Ren family who were hiding in the crowd were also very surprised. They couldn't keep their cool anymore. Just as they were about to speak, a woman walked out of the crowd and said loudly, "Dean's wife, I can save this person too. Please give this opportunity to me." This woman was none other than the Ren family's fourth young mistress, Ren Yulan. Chapter 1309. Fourth young mistress Ren? Everyone present was surprised once again, including the people from the Ren family. What's wrong with fourth young mistress? Did master send her here? Can she really save him? Hurry, hurry. I'll keep an eye on her. You two should hurry back and tell master. The members of the Ren family were confused and anxious. Qin Min stared at fourth young mistress Ren in astonishment. Of course, Qin Min knew that fourth young mistress Ren was the most beautiful doctor in Medical City. Not only was she good-looking, but she was also very skilled in medicine. Fourth young mistress Ren was already quite famous. In the last medical competition, fourth young mistress Ren helped Gu Beiwei save people and became an honorary director of the medical school. Although she wasn't a director who was strictly recommended, she was still a special case that could be recorded in the medical school's history. After that, everyone knew that fourth young mistress Ren was Gu Beiwei's confidant. There were even rumors in Medical City that fourth young mistress Ren was very likely to become the mistress of the medical school and the wife of the dean. At that time, the Ren family became the #1 family in Medical City because of fourth young mistress Ren's fame after the Gu family fell. However, Gu Beiwei chose her in the end. As for her marriage with Gu Beiwei, many people speculated that Gu Beiwei was suppressing the Ren family. Although Qin Min knew about these things, she never thought much about it. After all, she and Gu Beiwei were husband and wife in name. These complicated matters belonged to Gu Beiwei alone and had nothing to do with her. She just wanted to leave the Qin family. At this time, Qin Min was surprised. Who asked fourth young Mistress Rin to come? Was it Patriarch Rin? Or fourth young Mistress Rin herself? Or Gu Beiyue? Fourth young Mistress Rin really had the ability to save people? Qin Min didn't know fourth young Mistress Ren's background, so she didn't speak easily. She only prayed in her heart that it wasn't Gu Beiyue who asked fourth young Mistress Rin to come. Qin Min didn't speak, so fourth young Mistress Rin said, "Madam Dean, my Rin family is also at fault. I'm here to save people and also to make up for my mistake. Please help me." A complicated look flashed past Qin Min's eyes as she asked, "What fault did the Rin family have?" This time, the surroundings became even quieter. "My father shouldn't have rejected that old man's request to seek treatment from the Rin family." Someone from the Rin family couldn't help but interrupt fourth young Mistress Rin. "Fourth young Mistress, how is old master going to take over Patriarch Qin's treatment halfway? Even Vice Academy head Shin didn't dare to take over. No wonder master refused." Fourth young Miss Rin ignored him and continued, "Even if father can't treat him, he can still send the patient to Deputy Hospital Head Shin or the Council of Elders for consultation. His father only cared about being angry with the Qin family head and scolded him. He didn't pay attention to him and didn't even let him in. He made the old man kneel at the gate for an entire day. If this wasn't wrong, then what was? What's the difference between this and not saving a life?" As soon as fourth young Mistress Rin said this, the crowd fell silent. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. In this dispute, most of the blame was placed on the Qin family. Until now, no one had criticized the Rin family so harshly. They didn't expect that fourth young Mistress Rin, Patriarch Ren's favorite daughter, would personally stand up and say this. Not to mention the others, even Qin Min felt some admiration for her. Fourth young Mistress Ren's words truly showed that the sick person should be treated first. A doctor should treat the illness, not the person. Fourth young Mistress Ren looked at Qin Min and said seriously, "Madam, please grant my wish." It's rare for fourth young Mistress Ren to be so considerate. "As a daughter, I also want to atone for the Qin family's sins. The old man originally sought refuge with the Qin family first." "Let me do it," Qin Min said lightly. Fourth young Mistress Ren was very persistent. "Madam, please grant my wish." A complicated look flashed past Qin Min's eyes as she asked, "Since you can treat him, why did you delay until now? Moreover, do you understand the patient's current condition? Do you know what treatment my father used?" Qin Min wasn't making things difficult for her, but she was testing her. If fourth young Mistress Rin knew everything, then it must have been Gu Beiyue who asked her to come. Unexpectedly, fourth young Mistress Rin retorted, "Madam, if you can treat him, then do you also know the patient's condition?" Qin Min sighed inwardly. Fourth young Mistress Rin was smarter than she had imagined. She wasn't a medical fool. No wonder Gu Beiyue had taken a liking to fourth young Mistress Rin and allowed her to participate in such an important medical skills competition. Fourth young Mistress Ren's question might be purely a rebuttal, but it could also be a test. No matter which it was, Qin Min couldn't refuse. Qin Min was thinking that she might as well bring this matter to Vice Principal Shen and Gu Beiyue and let them handle it, so that she wouldn't have to guess blindly. However, just as she was about to speak, the people around her all tried to persuade her. "Madam, your legs are inconvenient. Why don't you let fourth young Mistress Rin save him? That way you won't tire yourself out. Madam, you just returned to Medical City and must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest first? It's all for the sake of saving people. Don't worry about leaving this matter to fourth young Mistress Rin." "That's right, madam. Fourth young Mistress Rin has been practicing medicine for many years and has never failed. If she says she can save him, then she can definitely save him." Qin Min could tell that these people were being polite and tactful, and even using her legs as an excuse. First, they didn't believe in her medical skills, and second, they hoped that fourth young Mistress Rin would fight for a chance to atone for the Rin family's sins. She glanced at the crowd several times, but couldn't see Gu Beiwei or Vice Principal Shun. The situation had developed to this point and had completely deviated from her original plan. Should she step aside? Young mistress, why don't I ask the son-in-law before we make a decision? Peony asked. There's no need. This is such an important matter. He must be watching. Qin Min didn't give up and continued to look for familiar voices in the crowd. She hoped to see Gu Beiyue's eyes and tell her how to continue this farce. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anyone relaying the message. What should she do? The people around her kept calling her Madame Dean and trying to persuade her. They kept pleading for fourth young Miss Ren, causing Qin Min to have the misconception that this matter had nothing to do with the Qin family. Instead, it was the Ren family who had made a mistake. Everyone was surrounding the Ren family and pleading for leniency. Qin Min didn't hesitate and said loudly, "The director has the final say on who will save him. Fourth young Mistress Ren, let's go look for the director." If Gu Beiwei wasn't around, then they would go. Everyone fell silent when Qin Min mentioned the director. A complicated look flashed across fourth young Mistress Ren's eyes as she said indifferently, "We'll listen to Madam." Qin Min and fourth young Mistress Ren went to the medical school with countless people following them. When Qin Min saw Gu Beiwei, she immediately shot him a look, asking if he was the one who had arranged for fourth young Mistress Ren to go. However, Gu Beiwei didn't respond. Qin Min was originally just puzzled, but Gu Beiyue's reaction angered her. Fourth young Mistress Ren repeated what she had just said and begged Gu Beiwei to give the Ren family a chance. Qin Min, on the other hand, remained silent and didn't say a word. Everyone looked at Gu Beiwei, waiting for him to make a decision. Only Qin Min lowered her head, her emotions unreadable. In the silence, Gu Beiwei didn't hesitate for long. He said indifferently, "Saving a life is more important than atonement. The person with a high rank can go with Vice-Head Shin." The person with a high rank was naturally fourth young Mistress Ren. Fourth young Mistress Ren glanced at Gu Beiwei. This glance contained many days and nights of longing and longing. However, all of these feelings were just a glance at her. "Thank you, Madam Director." She bowed and shifted her gaze away in the time it took for her to finish her sentence. Everyone looked at Qin Min, who still had her head lowered and didn't say a word. Qin Zheng, who was originally standing beside Qin Min, lamented in a strange tone, "Sister, I thought brother-in-law would be biased towards you." Sigh. The patient was in the small room at the back door. Everyone was waiting for news from fourth young Mistress Ren. However, not long after, fourth young Mistress Ren suddenly rushed out with her hands full of blood. "Sir Dean, quick! The patient committed suicide." For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including Gu Beiwei. However, Qin Min immediately raised her head and had Xiaoyao push her over. Xiaoyao immediately pushed her wheelchair and rushed madly to the back door, her speed much faster than when she was at the entrance of the Qin family's residence. Gu Beiwei was about to go over when more than 10 people from the Ren family surrounded him and blocked his way. In the small room, there was a dagger stuck in the patient's abdomen. The patient was bleeding profusely, and the situation was very urgent. Vice-Head Shin could only stop the bleeding, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Qin Min was the first to arrive, Vice-Head Shin was so anxious that he forgot his place and shouted, "Quick, get the director here! Quick!" Unexpectedly, Qin Min stood up from her wheelchair and rushed over, pulling Vice-Head Shin aside. "Get out and close the door!" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Beiwei reached the door and bumped right into Vice Academy Head Shin. Fortunately, Gu Beiwei held on, or else Vice Academy Head Shin would have tumbled to the ground. Vice Head Shin was about to speak when Qin Min began to rescue the patient. Xiaoyao shamelessly helped her and arranged all the needles Qin Min needed in order. Qin Min also used a method of searching for acupoints. It was similar to Han Yunxi's acupuncture technique, but also different. Han Yunxi detoxified the poison, while Qin Min treated the patient. Not only was Vice Head Shin stunned, but Gu Beiyue was also stunned. Not to mention Qin Min's acupuncture technique. Just the effect alone was enough to stop the bleeding. After Qin Min stopped the bleeding, she circled around to the front and began to perform acupuncture on the old man's forehead and shoulders. Her speed was extremely fast, and Vice-Head Shin felt as if fireworks were swirling around him. Gu Beiyue watched without blinking. He could tell at a glance that Qin Min's treatment method hadn't been taught by him. In the old man's condition, his previous treatment method wasn't safe. As for whether Qin Min's treatment method was safe and effective, he could only wait and see. Before long, Gu Beiyue said in a low voice, "Let's go." Vice-Head Shin finally understood and followed him out. He carefully closed the door after bringing the wheelchair inside. "Sir Academy Head, Madam was actually so secretive?" Vice-Head Shin couldn't help but whisper, "Was that Madam's own acupuncture technique?" Gu Beiyue didn't say anything and headed for the main hall. Unlike the others, he had never underestimated Qin Min's medical skills, but her medical skills still far exceeded his expectations. Was Qin Min's acupuncture technique really self-created, or had she learned it? When they returned to the main hall, everyone saw that Gu Beiyue and Vice-Head Shin had both arrived. They gathered around, thinking that the rescue was over. Chapter 13:10. "Sir Director, can we save the patient?" "Sir Director, this old man can't die." "Sir Director, what's the current situation?" Everyone crowded around Gu Beiyue, asking questions one after another. Fourth young Miss Ren hadn't even washed the blood off her hands. Her eyes were red as she asked in a choked voice, "Sir Director, how is it, how is it?" When she'd first entered the small room, Assistant Head Shin had been taking the patient's pulse. The patient had been on the verge of death, but he'd still taken out a blade from his sleeve and stabbed it into the abdomen. In that instant, blood had gushed out. She'd been scared out of her wits. As a doctor, especially one of her rank, she'd been fighting with death almost every day and had long since become accustomed to death. But this time she was afraid. She was afraid that if this old man died, the Ren family would be completely finished. Gu Beiyue furrowed his brows and glanced coldly at the people who'd just blocked his way. He didn't say anything and simply walked to the side and sat down. Assistant Head Shin answered everyone's question. "He's still in the emergency room. It's unknown if he's still alive." Everyone was stunned by his words. He was still in the emergency room, but the two most skilled doctors in Medical City were here. Who was staying inside to save him? At this moment, everyone recalled the madam who'd been hurriedly pushed away by the servant girl. Could it be Qin Min? Everyone had their own guesses, but no one dared to ask. In the silence, Gu Beiyue opened his mouth. "Qin Min is still in the emergency room." Once he said this, the room became even quieter. It was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves outside the door could be heard. Fourth young Miss Ren fell into a chair, her face full of suspicion. When silence and waiting coexisted, time passed slowly. A full 4 hours had passed, and everyone's heart was restless and uneasy. What about Gu Beiyue? Gu Beiyue's head was lowered and he didn't move at all. He was originally a very quiet person, but at this moment, he was like a statue in his own silent world. Another hour passed. Suddenly, Xiaoyao dashed in from the back door and stopped in front of Gu Beiyue. "Son-in-law." The entire world was silent. Everyone was motionless. Only Gu Beiyue slowly raised his head. "We couldn't save him," Peony said. In that instant, Peony clearly saw the fear in her husband's eyes. She would never forget the look in her son-in-law's eyes at this moment. She had always been surprised. A person like her son-in-law must be fearless. Not only was the entire world silent, it was also dark. However, Peony suddenly laughed and added, as if. In that moment, Peony saw the light in the young master's eyes. She would never forget it. This was the first time she knew that a person's eyes could really emit light. "Xiaoyao. What was going on? Speak clearly." Vice Academy Head Shin snapped. "Young Peony paused, then immediately corrected herself. Madam Academy Head saved that old man and is now prescribing medicine. Madam said, before Peony could finish. Gu Beiwe rose to his feet and walked out from the back. Department Head Shen hastened to catch up with him, as did the other elders. The people left behind were all shocked. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. How could Qin Min possibly save someone with her level of skill? After all, the old man's illness was already critical. How could he be saved if he tried to commit suicide? Besides Gu Beiwe, who else could save him? When everyone arrived at the rear courtyard, Qin Min was sitting in a wheelchair, wheeling herself out. She saw Gu Beiwe at first glance, but her smile was directed at everyone. At least his life was saved. The medical academy and the Qin family won't have to commit such grave sins. Gu Beiwe seemed to want to say something, but didn't say anything in the end. He, Vice Academy Head Shen, and the elders walked into the small room and inspected it before coming out. At that moment, Qin Min finally looked Gu Beiwe in the eye and smiled at him. "Husband, I'm not lying, am I?" The word husband stunned Gu Beiwe. It took him a while to regain his composure. "Thank you for your hard work, madam." The people around them didn't notice the strangeness between the husband and wife. They all looked at Qin Min in astonishment. Even though they'd seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it was true. Even the elders couldn't believe it, let alone the people outside. When Gu Beiwe announced that the old man was out of danger, everyone in the room, including the people crowding outside, were all dumbfounded. Fourth young Miss Ren was included. As for the young master of the Qin family, he had already run back to the Qin family. Since the old man was saved, Gu Beiwe naturally had to preside over the situation and punish the heads of the Ren and Qin families, as well as those related to them. In front of everyone, Gu Beiwe said to Qin Min, "Madam, although you saved his life, the Qin family can't escape punishment." Qin Min said indifferently, "I understand. Father shouldn't be angry and leave me in the lurch. I won't complain no matter how husband deals with me." She called him husband again. Fortunately, he adapted quickly this time and didn't give himself away in front of everyone. One had to know that everyone was looking at him at this moment. The Ren family and the Council of Elders are responsible. Gu Beiwe finally brought up the main topic. There are doctors everywhere in Medical City. Patients knelt in front of Medical City, but were turned away and ignored all day long. How did the Council of Elders manage things? How did the medical supervisor manage things? The upper part is not straight and the lower part is crooked. If you are already like this, then what about the other doctors? You only care about profit and leave people in the lurch. You treat human lives like grass. His Majesty's reports against Medical City and this director can be piled up to the sky. The more Gu Beiwe spoke, the angrier he became. Although he was acting, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. After all, what he said was the truth. It had to be said that Gu Beiwe was very scary when he was angry. When that quiet face turned cold, it looked more and more like it was carved by God. No matter which direction you looked at it from, he was so handsome and cold. It was as if he was an emotionless deity who wouldn't show any mercy when his bottom line was crossed. No one had ever seen Gu Beiwe so angry and cold, including Qin Min. Qin Min was right beside him. When she turned to look at him, she wasn't afraid, but there was an indescribable feeling of unfamiliarity. For a moment she couldn't tell if he was acting or if he was really like this. In the silent hall, Gu Beiwe's voice was cold and dignified, as if it had descended from the sky. He said, "Vice Academy Head Shen, from today onwards, Ren and Qin are stripped of their medical sage rank and demoted to medical slaves. All practitioners will be demoted by 1 rank. As for the Council of Elders, it will be discussed." After Gu Beiwe finished speaking, he immediately got up and left. Qin Min didn't say much and had Xiaoyao push her back to her room. Once the two of them were far away, the crowd broke into an uproar and left one after another. Smart people could hear Gu Beiyue's best words. There was going to be a great upheaval in Medical City. Fourth young Miss Ren was the last to leave. She didn't go back to the Ren residence, but went in the opposite direction. She went to a small clinic hidden in an alley. This was where Gu Beiyue secretly taught in the past. She was one of the few students he valued. If she really wanted to call him master, she should be calling him master. However, he didn't allow her to call him master, nor did he allow the other apprentices to call him master. Before, everyone called him Dr. Gu, but now they called him director. His former classmates were scattered all over Medical City and the Great Qin Empire. However, this small clinic hadn't been abandoned. She imitated him and secretly taught here. She took in people who were talented and kind, but couldn't enter medical school for various reasons. There were no classes today, so this place was empty. Fourth young Miss Rin sat down in her old seat. She didn't know why, but tears streamed down her face. When she heard that he went to the Qin family as a matchmaker, she didn't even cry so miserably on the day of his wedding. She could hold it in, but today she couldn't hold it in at all. She knew that she was wrong, very wrong. She had long known that he wanted to reform Medical City. She also knew that he wanted to suppress the Ren and Qin families. She had even participated in his reform plan, initiating some changes in the field of obstetrics and gynecology. However, she couldn't bring herself to harden her heart for today's matter. She had long known that her father had bribed that patient. The whole thing had been planned by her father in order to destroy the Qin family head, implicate Qin Min, and benefit second Master Qin. Her father had already studied several cases of that patient's strange illness and had detailed medical records and treatment method. There were many treatments for that strange illness, but the first course of treatment was the same. It was the Qin family head's treatment, which was to kill the patient. It was the Qin family head's first time coming into contact with such a case, so of course he didn't understand. However, her father knew very well that he was in control of the situation. After learning the truth, she had struggled several times, wanting to tell Gu Beiyue and Deputy Shun. However, in the end she couldn't get over herself. She couldn't betray her father, so she could only persuade him. When she realized that she couldn't persuade him, she went to steal. She stole her father's medical records to learn the treatment. When she heard that Qin Min could cure the old man, she panicked and stood up without thinking, wanting to steal this opportunity. She didn't want to make things difficult for Qin Min, but she could guess that everything Qin Min had said and done was arranged by Gu Beiyue. She knew that he was going to take action and use this opportunity to get rid of her father. She was so panicked that she lost all reason. She only wanted to do her best to redeem herself and atone for her sins before being sentenced. While fourth young Miss Ren was immersed in her own remorse, a long blade suddenly flew in from outside and landed at her feet. Fourth young Miss Ren recognized it at a glance. It was the same blade that the old man had used to commit suicide. She subconsciously looked up and saw Gu Beiyue walking in with a cold expression. At this moment, fourth young Miss Ren couldn't stop the tears that she had tried so hard to stop. Gu Beiyue stopped at a distance and looked at fourth young Miss Ren coldly. He was indeed very surprised when fourth young Miss Ren appeared at the Qin family's gate. However, he immediately determined that fourth young Miss Ren knew the truth behind the Ren family head's scheme. He didn't give Qin Min any warning because he wanted her to bring this matter to him and Deputy Shun. He had chosen fourth young Miss Ren based on her rank because he wanted to obtain sufficient evidence to prove that the Ren family could cure the old man's illness. He wanted to pretend to be innocent and shift all responsibility to the Qin family. Chapter 13:11. No one had expected that the old man would choose to commit suicide. Now that Gu Beiyue didn't have enough evidence to prove the Ren family's conspiracy, his punishment of the Ren and Qin families was unfair to the Ren family. If he guessed correctly, the Ren family was already making their move. It was very likely that more than half of the family heads in Medical City would join hands to plead for leniency on House Head Ren's behalf tomorrow morning. It wasn't that Gu Beiwei couldn't deal with the Ren family. If he couldn't do it this time, there would be a next time. Even if he didn't have the chance, he could still set up a trap for House Head Ren to jump into. But he didn't want to waste his time on such a battle. His time was becoming more and more precious. Moreover, he didn't want to see more scandals in Medical City. Only a doctor with good morals could win the trust of his patients. Many times, trust was also a good medicine. If too many scandals were exposed in Medical City, how would the people of Cloud Realm view the Medical Academy's doctors? How could they give their lives to them? That was why Gu Beiwei came here to find fourth young Miss Ren. It had to be said that fourth young Miss Ren's shielding this time had bitterly disappointed him. Gu Beiwei didn't explain, only saying, "Fourth young Miss Ren, I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message to your father. Just say that if I want to protect the entire Ren family and its rising stars, including you, don't act rashly. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, he will pay an even greater price." Your Excellency, Academy Head. Fourth young Miss Ren stopped crying as soon as she spoke. She'd known him for so many years, but this was the first time she realized that he wasn't such a heartless person. When he was ruthless, he could be so heartless. Or perhaps he was just heartless to begin with. Their past friendship, gratitude, and even politeness were all gone now. "I hope you can pass on my message." Gu Beiwei turned to leave after saying this, but fourth young Miss Ren chased after him and sobbed, "Your Excellency Academy Head, I know my wrongs." Gu Beiwei circled around her and continued to leave. Anxious, fourth young Miss Ren grabbed his arm and said, "Your Excellency Academy Head, I'll definitely pass on your message. I only have one question for you. How long have you known Qin Min?" He had always thought that she, like most people, thought that he had married the crippled Qin Min in order to support the Qin family and fight against the Ren family. He wasn't restricted by the other members of the Qin family. She had always stubbornly believed in it. Perhaps this was the reason why she didn't break down in tears on his wedding day. However, Qin Min's medical skills were far beyond her imagination. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she had to admit that Qin Min's medical skills were almost on par with hers. Why was Qin Min so secretive? Did he already know about Qin Min's true capabilities? How long had they known each other? Perhaps all the questions could be summed up in one thing. Did he really want to marry Qin Min? Gu Beiwei did not turn around and only said, "Fourth Miss Ren, it is improper for men and women to touch each other. Your question is a private matter, so it's inconvenient for me to answer. Please forgive me." He was still polite and courteous, but fourth young Mistress Ren felt extremely distant. She would rather have him lose his temper, be impatient, or reprimand her than to feel so distant. She felt so uncomfortable that her entire heart felt stifled, and she slowly let go of his hand. When Gu Beiwei returned to the medical school, Qin Min was hiding in the study and reading medical book. In less than 2 hours, the news of Qin Min's superb medical skills and her secretive abilities had spread throughout the entire medical city. The Qin family, as well as the madams and young ladies of the aristocratic families who were on good terms with the Qin family, all flocked to visit her. There were even many students from the medical school who wanted to see her, saying that they wanted to consult her. She, who had always disliked crowds, was scared out of her wits, so she hid in Gu Beiwei's study and let Xiaoyao deal with the crowd outside. Gu Beiwei also saw the crowd, so he quietly took a detour and returned to the courtyard from the back door. As soon as he entered the study, he saw her sitting on his spacious chair with her legs crossed, flipping through the medical book. When she saw him enter, she was stunned for a moment, then immediately put her legs down and sat upright. His gaze moved down and saw that her feet were still on her embroidered shoes. She didn't have time to put them on properly. She knew that it would be too late and thought that he wouldn't notice, but who knew that he would actually look down? She wanted to pretend that she didn't notice anything, but he just stared blankly. She was embarrassed, and her legs subconsciously shrank back. Only then did he realize her embarrassment and hurriedly looked away. "Sorry, I didn't know you were here. My apologies." After he finished speaking, he immediately left. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. As she put on her shoes, she muttered, "Gu Beiyue, aren't you very good at pretending? Can't you just pretend that you didn't see it?" As a doctor, Gu Beiyue had seen a woman's bare feet and legs before, let alone a woman without shoes. He had seen Qin Min's calf a few times, and even helped her apply medicine. The reason why he was stunned was not because of her feet, but because she had taken off her shoes and was sitting on the chair. Was this dignified, proper, and cultured eldest miss always like this in private? When he first saw her back, he thought that he had mistaken her for someone else. Gu Beiyue stood outside the door. He didn't know when Qin Min had put on her shoes, but he didn't dare to go in again. Qin Min waited for a long time before she walked out. Gu Beiyue had already regained his usual calmness, as if nothing had happened. He invited Qin Min to sit in the courtyard. When it came to embarrassing matters, as long as one party wasn't embarrassed, the other party would also be at ease. Qin Min had also regained her usual quiet and gentle demeanor. She was a completely different person from the person who was lazily sitting on the chair and reading a book. "Eldest Miss Qin, your medical skills have surprised me." Gu Beiyue went straight to the point. He was surprised and curious. That set of acupuncture techniques is... The Qin family had a few sets of acupuncture techniques that were not taught to outsiders, but it was definitely not Qin Min's set. What he wanted to ask was who taught Qin Min this set of acupuncture technique. "I extracted the essence of the Qin family's 10 sets of acupuncture techniques and created them with severe injuries." Qin Min didn't hide anything. Gu Beiyue was shocked. He knew that Qin Min wouldn't lie, and there was no need for her to lie. If Qin Min had created this set of acupuncture techniques, then her medical attainments would be even higher. Her future achievements would be immeasurable. Seeing that Gu Beiyue didn't say anything, Qin Min hesitated for a moment before she asked faintly, "Grand Tutor Gu, I didn't spoil your plans in my eagerness to save someone, right?" Gu Beiyue knew that Qin Min was referring to him and fourth Miss Rin. Fourth young Mistress Rin suddenly appeared and accused her father. Fourth young Mistress Rin claimed that she could cure that strange illness. Third young Mistress Rin had chosen fourth young Mistress Rin. Based on these 3 points alone, not to mention Qin Min, even other people would guess that fourth young Mistress Rin was instructed by him. Gu Beiyue wanted to explain, but Qin Min said faintly, "Grand Tutor Gu, I didn't understand the situation. I just thought that since I promised you to save someone, I had to do it no matter what. If I spoiled your plans, I hope you can forgive me. Please convey my apologies to fourth Miss Rin." Gu Beiyue looked at her and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Before he could speak, Qin Min stood up. She was still so polite and calm, as if no one could disturb her quiet little world. "Grand Tutor Gu, if there's anything else, feel free to let me know. I'll take my leave first." So speaking, Qin Min turned to leave. Gu Beiyue watched her retreating form as his eyebrows creased. His dark eyes flickered with a trace of heartache. However, he didn't chase after her or explain himself. It was a misunderstanding, right? He didn't want to find an opportunity to deliberately reject and hurt her. He muttered to himself, "Qin Min, the matter at Medical City is over. You should go back to Yuning. Maybe you'll be happier there." Qin Min walked away confidently, but she was counting. She was waiting. She was counting how many steps she had taken. She was waiting for him to catch up with her and explain to her about fourth Miss Rin. He had acquiesced to her probing, which meant that he had arranged for fourth Miss Rin to do what she did. She didn't know why he had arranged it, and she couldn't care less. However, shouldn't he at least give her a heads up? Not only did he allow fourth young Mistress Rin to interfere, but he also chose her. Why did he teach her the treatment method so seriously? Did he know how awkward it was for her when he chose fourth Miss Wren? How sarcastic were those people looking at her? She was open-minded, but that didn't mean she had no self-respect. In order to succeed, she was willing to sacrifice a little bit of her self-respect. However, he should have at least told her first. What was the point of not saying anything and letting her guess like a fool? Fortunately, she was the first to save the old man in the end. She was stubborn and willful enough to complete what he had asked her to do. Qin Min pushed the door open and said angrily, "Gu Beiyue, you're infuriating me." Xiaoyao was in the room. When she saw Qin Min, she immediately rushed over. "Miss, those women outside are so scary." Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoyao was stunned. She pulled Qin Min and stood on her tiptoes. "Miss, you're crying." Qin Min pushed her away. "What nonsense are you talking about? What's wrong with those women outside?" Xiaoyao said seriously, "Miss, you're crying." Qin Min suddenly closed in on Xiaoyao. She glared at her and asked angrily, "When did I cry?" She was full of anger. Xiaoyao, this brat, was asking for a scolding. "Miss, your eyes are red." Xiaoyao was also very persistent. "You're not crying?" Qin Min was slightly stunned. Her eyes were red? Why didn't she know? She wasn't sad. She was just angry, very angry. Sadness would make people cry. Anger, would that happen too? "Miss, did young master bully you again?" Xiaoyao probed. It wasn't clear if Qin Min heard Xiaoyao's question, but she said sternly, "Xiaoyao, tears that don't fall are not tears. I'm not crying. If you dare to spout nonsense, I'll chase you back to the Qin family." Xiaoyao originally wanted to ask about fourth Miss Wren, but when she heard this, she covered her mouth with both hands and nodded vigorously to show that she understood. In the next few days, the Wren and Qin families didn't make any big moves. Although some people came to plead for leniency, it didn't affect the overall situation. The warning that Gu Beiyue asked fourth Miss Wren to bring back seemed to be very effective. As for Patriarch Qin knew that he was done for this time. He didn't lose to the Wren family, but to Gu Beiyue, his son-in-law, and he was willing to accept it. Although Gu Beiyue's punishment was severe, it didn't meet with any resistance from the various families. Therefore, it had a great deterrent effect on the medical world. This was extremely helpful for Gu Beiyue's next few reforms. When this matter reached Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's ears, Long Feiyi said that Gu Beiyue's methods were gentle violence. A few days later, Vice Academy head Shun personally carried out the punishment for the Qin and Wren family head. Both family heads were demoted to medical slave. The so-called medical slave was a doctor who had no personal freedom and was forever locked in prison to treat the prisoner's illnesses. Before they were sent to prison, the two family heads were temporarily imprisoned in Medical City's prison. Patriarch Qin requested to see Qin Min. Chapter 13:12. Gu Beiyue told Qin Min about Master Qin's request to see Qin Min. Qin Min bowed and said seriously, "I'll listen to the director's arrangements." An indescribable feeling of unfamiliarity washed over him. It was as if they had returned to the first time they met. Qin Min's attitude was not only polite but also respectful. Gu Beiyue did not realize that he had inadvertently furrowed his brows. He said, "Miss Qin, it's only right for you to see your father." "Thank you, Director." Qin Min stood up and added, "Father just wants me to plead for leniency." "Don't worry, Director. Qin Min knows her limit." Gu Beiyue was silent for a while before saying lightly, "It's fine as long as you know your limits. Go." Qin Min bowed again and left. No matter how close a person was, they would become strangers in the time it took to say harsh word. Moreover, they were not close. His back was facing the door. She walked out of the door and brushed past him. Qin Min did not turn back, but Gu Beiyue did. He looked at Qin Min's gradually disappearing figure and sighed unconsciously. After bumping into her in the study that day, they had not seen each other. When she lived in this courtyard, He was always busy until late at night and slept in the study. Today, when they met, she was even more polite than that day and even seemed distant. He knew that she was still angry. Anger would turn into forgiveness and also into despair. He was waiting for the latter. Qin Min had the title of the director's wife, so it was easy to order people around in the medical school's prison. She ordered someone to change her father's cell to a more comfortable one and send him hot food. She originally thought that her disappointing younger brother would come to the prison. Although he could not bail him out, he could at least ensure that her father had enough to eat and wear. Unfortunately, her disappointing younger brother didn't come, and even her sisters didn't come. If she didn't remember wrongly, just yesterday, her younger sisters had come to ask for an audience, but Xiaoyao had turned them away. She sat in the wheelchair and quietly watched her father wolf down his food. It was not that the prison did not provide 3 meals, but her father had been pampered since he was young. How could he get used to food? Her heart was stifled, but she did not show her emotions. After filling his stomach, Qin Fengli opened his mouth and said, Min since you're willing to come and see me, I have no more regrets in this life. One had to know that ever since Gu Beiyue sent people over to ask for her hand in marriage, he had been constantly asking his daughter for this and that. After his son and daughter got married, his secret letters never stopped. He wanted his daughter to fight for the benefits of the Qin family in front of Gu Beiyue. He wanted his daughter to give birth to a son for Gu Beiyue as soon as possible and consolidate her position as the legal wife. Unfortunately, his daughter had never paid attention to him. Even when the news of the miscarriage came, he went to Ningzhou in person, but his daughter did not see him. He thought that his daughter would ignore him for the rest of her life. Father, why did you call your daughter here? Qin Min asked indifferently. Do you still resent father? Seeing that Qin Min was silent, Qin Fengli said, In the past, father let you down. Your acupuncture skills were taught by the dean? After his daughter's legs became crippled, he did not care about her anymore and gave all the learning opportunities to his other daughters. In order to let his other daughters get married, he even wanted to force her to marry an old man. When Gu Beiyue sent people over to ask for her hand in marriage, he was so shocked that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. He had also asked his daughter the reason, but unfortunately, his daughter did not say anything. Now, his daughter had displayed such shocking medical skills. Who else could it be other than Gu Beiyue who taught her? Qin Min did not answer and said indifferently, Father, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Qin Fengli was anxious and blurted out, Min you must be careful of 4th Miss Ren. Qin Min was slightly stunned and finally looked at her father seriously. Min 4th Miss Ren's medical skills were also taught by Gu Beiyue. Otherwise, how could she be so capable at such a young age? Qin Fengli said seriously. Qin Min knew all of this. She remained silent. Min the Ren family is different from our family. Think about it carefully. If Gu Beiyue can marry you, why can't he marry 4th Miss Ren? Seeing that his daughter was indifferent, Master Qin simply laid it out and analyzed it carefully for his daughter. In his opinion, Gu Beiyue married her to use the Qin family to suppress the Ren family. Now that he and Master Ren were in prison, the power of the 2 families would definitely be taken over by the new heirs. From the Qin family's point of view, Qin Min, as the elder sister, would definitely support her biological younger brother. In other words, Qin Min would become the behind-the-scenes controller of the Qin family. From the Ren family's point of view, although first young Master Ren was capable and could take on the responsibility of being the head of the family, his status in the medical school was ultimately not as high as 4th Miss Ren's. In other words, first young Master Ren would have to listen to 4th Miss Ren in everything. 4th Miss Ren would be like Qin Min and become the true head of the family. Min if 4th Miss Ren treats the Ren family as a dowry and wants to marry Gu Beiyue as a concubine, what do you think you should do? Qin Fengli asked softly. Qin Min still didn't speak. Qin Fengli paused for a while before he revealed his true purpose. Min you can't lose the Qin family. Without the Qin family, what will you use to compete with 4th Miss Ren in the future? Qin Min finally understood her father's meaning. Her father said so much because he wanted her to help her useless younger brother to prevent the power of the Qin family from falling into her second uncle's hands. Qin Min sighed softly in her heart. Why didn't her father just say what he wanted to say? Why did he have to involve 4th Miss Ren? After all, her father didn't understand Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue didn't marry her to use the Qin family to restrain the Ren family. Moreover, Gu Beiyue wouldn't marry 4th Miss Ren just to win over the Ren family. If he wanted to control Medical City, there were many ways. As long as he was willing to be ruthless, no family could escape from the palm of his hand. As for the marriage, until now, she only knew that he didn't know why he was marrying her, but she didn't know why he was marrying her. For example, after getting along with him, she paid attention to everything, but she only knew what he didn't like, but she didn't know what he liked. Since her father saw Gu Beiyue this way, the Ren family must also see Gu Beiyue in the same way. The purpose of Gu Beiyue's trip this time wasn't to win over anyone, but to abolish all the family's privileges and the medical school's monopoly on the medical world. In other words, Gu Beiyue's trip this time was to hand Medical City over to the imperial court and the Long Fei Yi. That day, Gu Beiyue didn't punish the Elders' Council in public, but delayed it. In the past few days, Gu Beiyue had secretly sent people to spread the news that he was going to reform all the systems of the medical school. He was going to hand over all the major powers of the medical school's teaching, grading, and granting of medical qualifications to the imperial court. Gu Beiyue ordered people to spread the news to test everyone's reaction. Since her father was imprisoned here, he naturally hadn't heard about this. Qin Min didn't say much and only said, "Father, no matter who is in charge of the Qin family, as long as they can carry forward the Qin family's acupuncture technique and heal the wounded and dying, they will be worthy of our ancestors. The dean is a smart person and will not treat the Qin family unfairly." Min. Qin Fengli was anxious. Qin Min smiled. "Father, I will ensure that you have enough food and clothing in prison. If you need medical books, just tell the jailers and they will find them for you. Father's medical skills are superb and can cure countless illnesses. I hope that father will keep his heart in the forest and ignore right and wrong dispute. Min is already married and can't bear such heavy responsibilities. Brother is still young and his medical journey is long, so he still needs father's guidance. Father, take care." After Qin Min finished speaking, she called Xiaoyao to send her away, leaving Qin Fengli stunned in place and unable to recover for a long time. He didn't know if Qin Min wanted to say these words to him herself or if Gu Beiyue had asked her to warn him. However, he understood the knack of these words. He had lost his position as the head of the family, his title as the medical sage, his power and his wealth. However, he didn't lose his medical skills. He could still treat illnesses and save people, and he could still impart his medical skills. The Qin family's biggest bargaining chip was his medical skills. After leaving the prison, Qin Min didn't go back immediately. She and Xiaoyao went to the south of the city and were about to enter an inn. Unfortunately, they didn't walk far before they were surrounded by passers-by. Before she married Gu Beiyue, she often sneaked out of the Qin family and wore a veil to treat patients. Any inn in Medical City could find many patients who couldn't find a famous doctor. At that time, she could go to 3 or 4 inns and see more than 10 patients. At first, those patients didn't believe her and thought she was a liar, but she always had a way to convince them. At this time, she was wearing a veil just like in the past. However, she was surrounded by passers-by before she even entered the inn. This was because they recognized her servant girl, Xiaoyao. Everyone surrounded her. Some were simply looking at Qin Min, some were incessantly asking questions, some wanted to take Qin Min as their master, and some even sought medical treatment. Ever since she saved the old man's life, she had become famous throughout the medical city. She was admired and respected by everyone. Some people even made her story into a nursery rhyme and sang it among the children, praising her for her stubbornness and unwillingness to submit to fate. One had to know that when she married Gu Beiwei with a crippled body, more than half of Medical City was cursing her. Unscrupulous methods, seductive seduction, and premarital pregnancy. In short, she was almost treated as a vixen. This time, instead of saying that she became famous in Medical City, it was more accurate to say that she made a name for herself. The happiest person was none other than Xiaoyao. However, this had nothing to do with Qin Min. She was a very interesting person who could live happily by herself. The comments of irrelevant people didn't affect her. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Qin Min whispered, "Xiaoyao, where's the carriage?" "It's in the alley up ahead," Xiaoyao quickly replied. "Then why aren't we leaving?" Qin Min asked in displeasure. She didn't like being surrounded and stared at like a monkey. Moreover, Gu Beiwei had spread the rumors. So many people in Medical City were dissatisfied with him. As his wife, she'd be implicated as well. The more people gathered, the greater the danger. "Make way, make way! Please make way, we have urgent matters to attend to. Don't block the way. If you want to seek medical treatment, go to medical school. I'll arrange the time for you. Make way." Xiaoyao didn't think too much at first, but as more and more people gathered around, she became afraid. Chapter 13:13. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Peony suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way, you'll have to bear the consequences if you bump into them." She threw caution to the wind and pushed the young lady forward. Everyone moved aside, but they were reluctant to let them go and chase them into the alley. The carriage was parked in the alley, and it would be safer once they got on. However, Qin Min couldn't possibly get on the carriage herself in front of everyone, right? And Peony didn't have the strength to carry her up. The coachman was one of Gu Beiwei's men, and he was a 13 or 14-year-old youth. He couldn't carry Qin Min either. What should they do? Qin Min looked at Peony, and Peony looked back at Qin Min, both dumbfounded. The medical school was in the north of the city. Qin Min had just changed into a wheelchair when they arrived here in a carriage. Did Peony have to push her back? The youth saw that the situation wasn't right and whispered to Peony, "Hurry and get help. I'll hold them off." Peony didn't dare to move. Seeing Qin Min nod, she left. Qin Min didn't remove her veil. She lowered her head and didn't speak. The page boy stood in front of her protectively and shouted, "What are you doing? Disperse! Disperse! What are you looking at? How dare you be rude to the dean's wife? Are you rebelling? You, and the one beside you. What's his name? Which family is he from?" Everyone retreated when the page boy yelled at them. However, before they could disperse, a middle-aged man came forward. "My surname is Li Zhao. I've heard so much about the dean's wife. It's my great fortune to meet you today." "Dean's wife." Before he could finish, the youth interrupted, "Dean's wife is resting. Please don't disturb her. Let's go." Li Zhao ignored the youth and continued, "Dean's wife, I've contracted a strange illness. My heart hurts every day, and I can't eat or sleep at night. I beg the dean to be kind and take a look at me." Qin Min saw his expression and knew that he was faking it. His health was very good. She wasn't stupid and didn't argue. She only said, "Go to the medical school. There'll be a medical assistant to arrange the time." Unexpectedly, Li Zhao suddenly clutched his chest and shouted, "Ouch, it hurts!" Then, he knelt on one knee and pretended to be having difficulty breathing. "Dean's wife, save me! Save me! Lin Yu, take his pulse," Qin Min said lightly. The young man immediately stepped forward. After taking his pulse, he said, "Madam, his pulse is normal. There's no strange illness." Just as Qin Min was about to speak, Li Zhao rolled on the ground and cried out in pain. Qin Min ignored her. Just as she was about to let the other doctors take her pulse, a dissatisfied voice came from the crowd. "Io, how can a little medical apprentice see the focus of the illness? Madam, this is a matter of life and death. Hurry up and save her." "That's right, Madam Dean, you can't learn from your father and leave him in the lurch. You're already in so much pain. Madam, a doctor has the heart of a parent. What is your heart made of?" Qin Min was slightly shocked. Only then did she realize that Li Zhao did not come alone. There was a group of people behind him. The newcomer did not seem to be friendly at all. If she were to personally take his pulse, who knows what would happen? Just as Qin Min was hesitating, a man suddenly stood out from the crowd. Qin Min recognized him. He was the fourth young master of the Wei clan, a fifth-grade fairy doctor. After taking Li Zhao's pulse, the fourth young master sneered. "A person who's not sick is pretending to be sick and making things difficult for Madame Dean on the street. What are your intentions?" "Io. Li Zhao was still curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. How can a strange illness be so easily diagnosed? Otherwise, he wouldn't have to beg Madame Dean. Haha, the people of the Qin clan are all the same. If Sir Dean finds out about this, he can't play favoritism and play favoritism for Madame Dean. He's already in so much pain. Madame Dean, please do a good deed and quickly take a look." Li Zhao's accomplices kept talking. Some were accusing others, some were pleading, and they soon incited the people around them. Qin Min had no way out. She made a prompt decision. "Bring him over. Let me take a look. Quick." If they wanted to put on an act, she would accompany them to the end. A few men hurried forward to help and carried Li Zhao over to Qin Min. After taking his pulse, Qin Min was shocked. "Io, he's really sick." As she spoke, she took out the gold needles that she always carried with her. "I'll perform acupuncture now. The more painful it is, the more effective it will be. If you want to live, you have to bear with it." A wretched look flashed across Li Zhao's eyes as he said, Thank you, Madame Dean." Of course, he knew that Qin Min was beating him at his own game and wanted to torture him. His superiors had already made it clear that he was not here to make things difficult for Qin Min. He was here to humiliate Qin Min and Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue wanted to hand the medical school over to the imperial court. If he did not pay the price, did he really think that the major clans were so easy to bully? Just as Qin Min was about to perform the acupuncture, Li Zhao suddenly broke free from the people who were supporting him. He shouted, "Ouch!" and pounced on Qin Min. Qin Min then realized Li Zhao's real motive. She could not dodge in time and was so frightened that she closed her eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Zhao did not pounce on her. The originally noisy surroundings instantly quietened down. It was so quiet that she could hear her own thumping heartbeat. What was going on? Qin Min carefully opened her eyes and saw the side profile that she was most familiar with. The contours of this side profile were perfect and impeccable. He was so close to her that she could see his eyelashes. They were long, dense and black. They were extremely beautiful. This side profile gave people an incomparably silent feeling as usual. However, it did not have the usual gentleness and was only penetrating coldness. Regardless of whether he was cold or warm, in any case, he was here. He was Gu Beiyue. Her heart instantly calmed down. Gu Beiyue bent over in front of Qin Min. With one hand behind her back, he used the other hand to grab Li Zhao's neck and easily blocked Li Zhao's entire body. The surroundings were completely silent. No one clearly saw how Gu Beiyue had arrived. They only felt that this Dean had appeared out of thin air. Li Zhao was the most surprised. He was clearly about to pounce on Qin Min. He clearly could have pounced on her and pressed her on top of him. He could have used the excuse of being sick to get up. Who knew that Gu Beiyue would rush over so quickly? After all, they had been following Qin Min when she was sent to prison. They had also sent people to find out that Gu Beiyue was giving a lecture. Li Zhao was so frightened that he did not dare to move or speak. He was afraid that Gu Beiyue would tighten his grip and take his life. In the silence, someone suddenly shouted, "The Dean is here. He's saved, he's saved." Once this was said, Li Zhao's accomplices slowly regained their senses. "Dean, hurry up and take a look." This person was in so much pain that he was rolling on the floor. That's right, that's right. He's really lucky that the Dean came personally. Now, does it still hurt? Gu Beiyue's voice was as gentle as ever, but he still held Li Zhao's neck and did not let go. Li Zhao did not dare to answer, nor did he dare to look into his eyes. He was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. With Gu Beiyue's actions, everyone present could basically see that something was wrong. Li Zhao's accomplices actually did not give up. One of them actually asked directly, "Dean, are you saving a life or killing a person?" Gu Beiyue turned around and looked over. He asked calmly, "Saving a person. There's a pulse on the neck. Eldest young Master Chen, you're a fourth-rank doctor. Don't you know this common knowledge? In my opinion, you should start learning again as a medical apprentice. Who evaluated your medical skills? Later, I'll have to ask them properly." That eldest young Master Chen's eyes widened, and he was speechless. He did not expect Gu Beiyue to know his background, and even more did not expect that Gu Beiyue would answer with the words, "There's a pulse on the neck." Eldest young Master Chen's medical skills were basically going to be crippled, and he would even implicate the person who gave him the medical skills. For a moment, everyone else shut up. Everyone could see that Gu Beiyue was angry. Gu Beiyue's slender fingers lightly touched Zhou Zhao's pulse. He said calmly, "It's indeed a strange illness that my wife can't treat. I'll personally treat you and guarantee that you'll be cured within 3 days." His voice was always calm and clear. No one could hear any emotion from it, but it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Li Zhao's legs turned to jelly. Gu Beiyue let go of him and said calmly, "Men, take him back to the medical school and take good care of him." Li Zhao finally could not take it anymore. He fell to his knees with a thud. "Dean, this little one knows his mistake. This little one was ordered by someone. I beg Dean to spare my life." The surroundings were quiet, and Li Zhao's pleas were especially loud. Gu Beiyue did not look at him. Instead, he turned to look at the crowd. A hidden dart flew out from that direction, and its target was Li Zhao. There was no doubt that the person behind this was going to silence him. Gu Beiyue watched quietly. As the darts drew near, he suddenly kicked Li Zhao aside and used his other hand to send the darts tumbling back to where they'd come from. The dart hit the culprit's shoulder, and the culprit was so shocked that he turned around and fled. Gu Beiyue ignored him, but the guards who came with him had already chased after him. Everyone present finally understood what was going on, and no one dared to make a sound. Li Zhao was also scared silly and allowed the guards to take him away. Qin Min witnessed everything and sighed in her heart. She did not dare to imagine what would have happened if Gu Beiyue had not arrived in time. Gu Beiyue turned to look at her and said gently, "Madam, you must be frightened." It had been a long time since she heard him call her madam, and Qin Min was a little startled. She felt that he was not calling her. Gu Beiyue did not say anything and leaned over to hug her. Whenever he came close, she would become nervous, whether it was the first time or now. He placed one hand on her knee and the other on her back. She was sitting in a wheelchair, and her hands were still restrained. It was difficult for him to carry her. He tried a few times, but to no avail. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only whisper in her ear, "Eldest Miss Qin, I'll carry you to the car. Sorry for the offense." Qin Min's body was as tense as a rock. Her previous anger was all gone, leaving only nervousness. "Thank you for your trouble," she said, but she still did not move. Gu Beiyue had no choice but to whisper again, "Eldest Miss Qin, please lift your hand." Qin Min finally understood what he meant and hurriedly lifted her right hand. Gu Beiyue's hand passed under her right hand and held her back. Only then did he find some strength to carry her into the carriage. This scene made all the women present envious. This was probably the first time anyone had seen Gu Beiyue so intimately with a woman, right? All along, everyone had regarded the title of Madam of the Dean as a symbol of honor and status. But at this moment, everyone realized that the title of Madam of the Dean was equivalent to Gu Beiyue's woman. Gu Beiyue also sat in the carriage and ordered calmly, "Lin Yu, return to the medical school." Chapter 13-14. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the carriage slowly drove towards the medical academy. Inside the carriage, Gu Beiyue sat on the left while Qin Min sat on the right. The two faced each other, but both of them lowered their heads in silence. Gu Beiyue sighed inwardly, but he still spoke in the end. "Eldest Miss Qin, this matter has implicated you. Since I've taken on the title of Madam Dean, I should bear this burden." "It's not considered a burden, Sir Dean, you don't have to feel guilty," Qin Min replied. The title of Madam Dean seemed to be a status of power to both of them. It had nothing to do with feelings or their relationship. "Fortunately, Xiaoyao ran quickly," Gu Beiyue said lightly. Qin Min only nodded. The two of them resumed their silence. Before the carriage reached the entrance of the medical academy, Qin Min saw Xiaoyao waiting at the entrance from afar. When Xiaoyao saw that they had returned, she dashed over. Her speed and momentum frightened the horse. The horse raised its head and neighed incessantly. Fortunately, Lin Yu was experienced and steadied the horse in time. "Miss, are you all right?" "Son-in-law? Where's son-in-law?" Xiaoyao asked anxiously. Qin Min looked from the window and said unhappily, "What are you making a fuss about? Isn't he back now?" Xiaoyao was stunned, then her little face immediately bloomed into a brilliant smile. Yes. This servant is making a mountain out of a molehill. It's son-in-law who can settle any matter as big as the sky. Miss, you should bring son-in-law with you when you go out next time. With him around, those people on the road won't even dare to look at you." Qin Min couldn't be bothered with Xiaoyao. Instead, it was Gu Beiyue who looked over. Xiaoyao didn't expect this and was so frightened that she lowered her head and shut her mouth. Actually, Gu Beiyue didn't mean anything else and just looked over casually. He said, "Lin Yu, bring the wheelchair over." He was about to tell Qin Min to speak, but Qin Min beat him to it. "Sir Dean, there's no need to trouble yourself. I want to go back to the Qin residence to stay for a few days. Let Lin Yu send me over. I won't go down." Gu Beiyue thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "That's fine. It's time to settle the Qin family matters." "Okay." Qin Min still nodded. Gu Beiyue hesitates for a while and finally makes up his mind. "Miss Qin, I'm afraid that the medical city will be in chaos soon. After the mole of the Qin family is caught." Before Gu Beiyue could say anything, Qin Min interrupted him and said, "Sir Dean, I'll go back to Ning province after we catch the mole. Last night, I sent someone to Yuning to bring the little shadow back to Ningzhou. We won't disturb you any further." She actually had a plan all along? She actually used the word "sir." Gu Beiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded without hesitation. "Okay. When the time comes, I will send someone to send you back." "Thank you, Mr. Dean." Qin Min was overjoyed. Gu Beiyue heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't expect things to come so quickly and so easily. One had to know that he had been hesitating over this matter for a few days. Xiaoyao was called into the carriage, and the three of them went to Qin Manor together. Xiaoyao didn't know what had just happened, but she didn't dare to act rashly when she saw that the young miss and the young master were silent. After all, the look that the young master gave her just now made her tremble with fear. When they were about to reach the Qin Manor, Gu Beiyue opened his mouth to talk to Qin Min about how to catch the mole. Unexpectedly, Qin Min refused and said that she wanted to deal with the Qin family's domestic affairs behind closed doors. Since she had already said that, Gu Beiyue didn't insist and only told Qin Min to pay attention to her own safety. When they arrived at the Qin Manor, Gu Beiyue personally carried Qin Min out of the carriage. Just as Gu Beiwe placed Qin Min in the wheelchair, Qin Min said indifferently, "Sir Dean, this is probably the best time to trouble you." Gu Beiwe didn't stop moving, but his heart was slightly startled. After he got up, he still couldn't help but sigh softly. He didn't know when he started to sigh in the face of Qin Min's various matters. He also didn't know how many times he had sighed because of her. Towards a person, he couldn't love or hate them. He couldn't accept them or reject them. He couldn't make up for them or hurt them. There was only helplessness. Gu Beiwe looked up at Qin Min and said indifferently, "Eldest Miss Qin, you don't have to be so polite." The Qin family didn't expect that Gu Beiwe would personally send Qin Min back, nor did they expect that Qin Min would stay in the Qin manor for a few days. Just as the husband and wife returned to Qin Min's boudoir, the Qin family members all surrounded them. After a while, Qin Min's married younger sisters all rushed back with their families. After Qin Min's legs were crippled, she became the biggest joke in the family. Not to mention the second branch, even her younger sisters looked down on her. She asked Xiaoyao to block everyone at the door and not let anyone in. "Miss, this servant told them that you were tired and wanted to rest, but they still didn't leave. Young master, he mumbled that he wanted to see young master. He wanted young master to let old master out," Xiaoyao said helplessly. "Go guard outside and tell them that young master also wants to rest, so tell them to disperse. If they disturb young master, they'll bear the consequences," Qin Min said ruthlessly. Xiaoyao was shocked, but thinking about it, with Mrs. Current's status, it wasn't a big deal to tell those people outside. Thus, she left happily. "Young master, miss, rest at ease. This servant will keep watch outside. No one can enter." Xiaoyao closed the door and left, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere. Gu Beiwe, who was sitting at the side, only then did he realize that this was Qin Min's boudoir. He stood up and listened to the movements outside. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Min said, "We can't go out now. It's rare for us to come to the Qin manor, so we should at least have a cup of tea before leaving. Sir Dean, please follow me." As Qin Min spoke, she walked into the inner room. Gu Beiwe didn't move from his spot, hesitating. This boudoir was divided into an inner and outer room. The inner room was the bedroom and the outer room was the study room. The middle was separated by heavy hanging curtains. Gu Beiwe had privately looked for Qin Min before the wedding, so it wasn't his first time entering this boudoir. However, he had always stopped at the outer room and had never set foot inside. Moreover, Qin Min said that she wanted to treat him to tea, but the tea house was on his right and not in the inner room. Qin Min waited for a long time. Seeing that Gu Beiwe didn't follow in, she came out to urge him. She said jokingly, "Sir Dean, are you afraid of entering the tiger's den? I'm not a tiger that can eat you." Only then did Gu Beiwe realize Qin Min's ulterior motives. He smiled and followed her inside. The inner room wasn't big. There was only a bed, no tea house, and no extra chairs. This made him feel rather awkward and he could only stand. Qin Min personally lowered the hanging curtains. Once the hanging curtains were lowered, the room seemed even smaller. A man and a woman in the same room. Perhaps it was ambiguous or perhaps it was awkward. In any case, Gu Beiwe gradually felt uncomfortable. He said indifferently, "Eldest Miss Qin, if you have something to say, you can say it now." Qin Min didn't reply. She actually sat on the bed. With one hand on the bed, she hooked her finger at him with the other, indicating for him to come over. Not to mention her coquettish actions, just the seductive smile on her face was enough to make many men restless. However, to Gu Beiwe, this scene was only a shock. He had probably never been so frightened by a woman in his life. He was stunned. He was dumbstruck. At this moment, his mind went blank and he couldn't think. How did Qin Min? How did she suddenly, seeing Gu Beiwe in a daze? Qin Min finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. She gently pressed her hand against the headboard of the bed. The headboard split into two, left and right, and a secret passage appeared below. Gu Beiyue regained his senses and subconsciously walked forward. However, Qin Min stood up and stopped him. She asked with a serious face, "Gu Beiyue, tell me honestly, did you think of me as that kind of woman just now?" Gu Beiyue was stunned again. This was the first time Qin Min had called him by his name. He didn't know why, but when Qin Min called him that, he had a feeling that Qin Min was a different person. She was clearly someone he was familiar with, but at the same time, she felt very unfamiliar. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer her. Qin Min stared at him sternly. However, after a while, she laughed. "Sir Dean, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it to heart. This is a secret passage that leads to the back door of the Qin residence. You can go through this way. I'll deal with the matters outside." She stepped aside, but Gu Beiyue didn't move at all. It seemed that he hadn't completely regained his senses. "Sir Dean, you can go," Qin Min said again. Gu Beiyue still didn't answer her question and didn't say much. He went down the secret passage. When Qin Min closed the entrance, he said, "Qin Min, be careful." The bed board slowly closed, and Gu Beiyue's figure gradually disappeared. He didn't see Qin Min sitting on the bed in a daze, and he didn't hear Qin Min muttering to herself, "Gu Beiyue, you can call me Qin Min, isn't that good?" Gu Beiyue left just like that. Qin Min lay on the bed with her eyes closed. It wasn't clear if she was asleep or awake. The people outside had all dispersed, but Xiaoyao was still standing outside in a daze. She thought happily that with the young master and young miss in the room, something would happen between a man and a woman, right? Actually, she couldn't wait for the Qin family to continue surrounding them. It would be best if they could force the young master to stay in the room for the night. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. After a while, Qin Min called her in. When Xiaoyao couldn't find the young master in the room, she finally understood. "Young miss, why did you send the young master away? Are you stupid?" Qin Min said indifferently, "Xiaoyao, I think he has someone in his heart." Xiaoyao was stunned. She then advised, "Young miss, don't let your imagination run wild. With the young master's ability, if he really has someone in his heart, how could he not marry her? The young master is just a blockhead who doesn't understand." Qin Min looked at Xiaoyao. She wanted to say something but stopped. She only said, "You don't understand." "Young miss, how can I not understand? The way the young master looks at you is different from how he looks at other people. The young master definitely likes you," Xiaoyao said seriously. Qin Min waved her hand. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Go and tell them. I want to have dinner with everyone tonight." Xiaoyao nodded and went out. However, she hesitated. Should she find a chance to secretly talk to the young master? Qin Min's mother had already passed away, and her younger brother was young and incompetent. The Qin family naturally became second Master Qins. That night, second Master Qin took Qin Min down a notch. Chapter 13-15. Once Xiaoyao spread the news that Qin Min was going to have a meal with everyone, the Qin family's first and second branches became nervous. Those who had originally planned to go out on business immediately cancelled their plans, afraid that they would miss the family banquet tonight. But who knew that just as everyone sat down, second Master Qin, who was originally not in the residence, would suddenly appear. "Haha, I thought Big Brother had been released from prison. I didn't expect the dean's wife to come," second Master Qin said strangely. Although he was wary of this dean's wife, he couldn't care less when he thought of the possibility that she was back to help his younger brother fight for power. No matter what, he didn't want to lose the position of the Qin family's head. He didn't believe that Qin Min, a married daughter, could care so much. So what if she was the dean's wife? Not to mention her, even if Gu Beiyue came personally, he could forget about meddling in the Qin family's domestic affairs. In terms of status, Qin Min was naturally the highest among everyone present. But in terms of seniority, second Master Qin was the highest. The moment second Master Qin walked in, everyone stood up to leave with him. Only Qin Min sat alone. After everyone left, Qin Min said lightly, "Second uncle, it's inconvenient for to move around. Sorry for the lack of manners." Second Master Qin didn't stand on ceremony and only said 3 words, "It's fine." Xiaoyao stomped her feet in anger. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to be impudent in the Qin family's territory. She had grown up in the Qin family and knew the Qin family's rules. She also knew this second master's temper. Qin Min only smiled and didn't say anything else. She had dinner with everyone tonight and didn't intend to say anything. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. If one didn't speak, one would be at a loss. With her current status, if she didn't say anything during the meal, it would be enough to make everyone lose sleep for an entire night while they pondered over her thoughts. Although she knew that Gu Beiwei had a very thorough plan to help her uncover the mole, she still wanted to take the risk. However, she still decided to take a risk and do it herself. After all, she had been wronged for more than 10 years. She had to vent this anger herself. Moreover, she didn't want to owe him too much. Qin Min originally thought that Second Master Qin would sit down and eat with everyone. But unexpectedly, Second Master Qin actually sighed. "Sigh. I've been busy outside these past few days. Unfortunately, I still can't bail Big Brother out. It's even hard to see him. Second uncle is old and can't do much. I have a few things to tell you." "Father, did something happen?" Qin Jingyuan asked anxiously. Second Master Qin didn't answer. He walked to Qin Min's side and said in a low voice, "Madam Dean, this matter is related to Big Brother's imprisonment. You should avoid suspicion." As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Qin Min's younger sisters and brothers-in-law did not say anything. Only her younger brother, Qin Chongqing, said angrily, "Second Master, do you think my sister is an outsider? The Dean's wife is the same as the Dean. She is fair and impartial, placing righteousness before family. Chongqing, don't make things difficult for your sister." Second Master Qin sneered. "Father, it's inconvenient for Madam to move around. Why don't we go next door and talk?" Qin Jingyuan asked. "Sure," Second Master Qin said politely. "Then I'll have to trouble Madam Dean to wait for a moment." With that said, he walked to the side hall with his son. As soon as they went over, the people from the second branch immediately followed. Qin Min's 3 younger sisters looked at each other. They were clearly tempted, but her younger brother sat there angrily and didn't move. Qin Min didn't say a word and scooped soup to drink. It had to be said that this second uncle of hers gave her a great show of strength. His actions seemed to be embarrassing her, but in fact, he was testing her. He was also making things difficult for her and forcing her. To put it bluntly, he was sowing discord between her and her siblings. Qin Chongqing finally couldn't hold back and asked loudly, "Sister, you're just going to let them bully you?" As soon as he said this, the 3 younger sisters and brothers-in-law all looked at Qin Min, waiting for her answer. Second uncle was already so ruthless. Wasn't Qin Min going to refute? Wasn't she going to express her stance? Didn't she come back to discuss how to save her father with everyone? Was she really going to be bullied like this by second uncle? Qin Min only said 2 words. "Eat." "Sister." Qin Chongqing slammed the table angrily. Qin Min was still indifferent. The 3 younger sisters exchanged glances again. Finally, second Miss Qin, Qin Jia, said, "Sister, what do you mean by not saying anything? Are you still holding a grudge against father for not nurturing you back then?" As soon as second Miss Qin spoke, the other 2 immediately followed. "Sister, you didn't come back to laugh at everyone, right? Alright, now that second uncle and his son are smug, you should be happy too. Sister, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. It's fine if you don't save father, but you won't even help your younger brother. You're too disappointing." Qin Min didn't want to save her father, and she also didn't want to help her younger brother fight for the position. This was because she knew that in the near future, the power of the family would disappear in the medical field, and be replaced by true talent. Now, even if they fought until their heads bled, it would be futile. How to restrain the Qin family and the other big families in the Qin family's camp to prevent them from obstructing Gu Beiyue's upcoming reform was Gu Beiyue's own business. She was only here to find the murderer. Letting her 3 younger sisters question her and her younger brother stare at her resentfully, Qin Min ate and drank her soup with a clear conscience. In silence, she waited for the murderer to lose his patience. Back then, she didn't just show her talent, but her legs were crippled by the murderer. Today, she became the wife of the dean and showed her shocking talent. Now that she returned to the Qin family, how could the murderer sit still? Back then, the murderer had a reason to harm her. Today, he had even more reason to harm her. The more silent she was, the more the murderer couldn't figure out the purpose of her trip. The more impatient and flustered he would be. She locked the murderer in the second branch. In the face of second uncle's provocation, she had to remain calm. After eating, Qin Min said faintly, "Enjoy your meal. I'll go back first. Since you're done eating, you can leave too." Everyone was so angry that they couldn't speak. When Qin Min went out, Qin Jie suddenly chased after her and questioned loudly, "Qin Min, why did you come back? Leave, the Qin family doesn't welcome you." Qin Min looked back. All the opportunities that should have belonged to her back then were given to this younger sister. However, this younger sister still mocked her a lot. She didn't forget what happened back then, but after so many years, she was too lazy to bring up the old scores. Many times, revenge didn't necessarily mean doing something to the other party or taking revenge. There was a way to take revenge called standing higher and seeing further. When you stood high enough, where your enemy could only look up, you would win very elegantly. Qin Min knew that she was only the wife of the dean in name and didn't really stand in such a high position. However, she didn't want to let down the height and elegance of the title, wife of the dean. Qin Min ignored everyone and went back quietly with Xiaoyao. Second Miss was flustered and exasperated. She rushed back and said to Qin Chongqing, "Eldest sister is here to laugh at us. Chase her away. Chase her away right now." Qin Chongqing had always been protected by his father. Now that he had fallen to this state, he was completely helpless. He only remembered the best sentence his father had told him before he was taken away. "Listen to your eldest sister and let her make all the decisions." Although his eldest sister didn't say anything today, he didn't dare to offend her. "Go!" Qin Jie tugged at Qin Chongqing's clothes hard. Qin Chongqing waved his hand coldly. "Eldest sister coming back to stay for a few days has nothing to do with you. She's already married. Who allowed her to come back to stay?" Only God knew how much Qin Jie disliked Qin Min. She retorted angrily. "Then, don't you come back every day?" Qin Chongqing muttered. "You!" Qin Jie was furious. She stomped her feet and pulled her husband, saying angrily, "Yes, I still want to stay today. I'll stay as long as she stays." As soon as she left, although the other 2 sisters didn't say anything, they immediately left with her. The 3 sisters were clearly in cahoot. In the huge hall, Qin Chongqing was the only one left in front of a table full of fine wine and delicacies. He had no appetite and left after sitting for a while. After they left, Qin Fengxian, Qin Jingyuan, and the others came out one after another. Qin Jingyuan sneered as soon as she came out. She was about to speak when Qin Fengxian stopped her. He let the others eat and took Qin Jingyuan out. As soon as they left, Qin Jingyuan said impatiently, "Father, what exactly is Qin Min selling in her gourd?" Qin Fengxian sneered, "I'll see how long she can stay." "Father, there's no way she won't help Qin Chongqing. What should we do?" Qin Jingyuan was most worried about this matter. Qin Fengxian said unhappily, "How many times have I told you? You can only achieve great things if you keep calm." As long as Qin Fengli was sent out of Medical City and truly became a medical slave, the people in the clan would immediately propose to establish another family head. Qin Chongqing's medical skills were simply not qualified. He didn't believe that Qin Min could support Qin Chongqing in a short period of time. What he needed to do now was to let Qin Min deal with him directly. Over the years, he had made many achievements in medical skills. He also did his best to save people and didn't leave any evidence behind. He really wasn't afraid that Qin Min would deal with him. As for the open and covert struggles in the residence, he naturally played many tricks, but those were not enough to make him lose the position of family head. He was very confident that he would win by not changing to deal with Qin Min's, not moving. Qin Fengli used the strategy of not changing to deal with Qin Min's, not moving. At the same time, Qin Min also used not moving to wait for Qin Fengli to take the bait. However, 3 days later, the situation took a big turn, which caught Qin Min somewhat off guard. During these 3 days, Qin Min didn't go out of her courtyard. Qin Chongqing came to find her several times every day, but she didn't say a word. Third and fourth sisters also came to find her and tried to sound her out, but she didn't say anything. On the 4th day, Qin Chongqing had just left with his 2 sisters when Qin Jie came to visit alone. Unlike her usual domineering, arrogant, and haughty attitude, she said to Qin Min with a sincere face, "Sister, let's talk about what's in our hearts. Do I still remember what you said more than 10 years ago?" Qin Min ordered Xiaoyao to serve tea and asked faintly, "What did you say?" Qin Jie smiled helplessly. "Sister, you said you wanted to marry Ji Feng when you grew up. Do you remember?" Chapter 13:16. Ji Feng? Qin Min never thought that Qin Jie would bring up this old and rotten grain matter. Who was Ji Feng? Ji Feng was the eldest son of the Ji family and the only heir to the Ji family head position. Although the Ji family couldn't be compared to the Qin and Ren families, their power couldn't be underestimated. Back then, in order to have a marriage alliance with the Ji family, her father didn't hesitate. Her father originally hoped that she could marry Ji Feng, but later on, her legs were crippled. After her father's efforts, Ji Feng married her younger sister, the Qin Jie, in front of her. When they were young, Ji Feng's children often came to the Qin family to joke, whether it was a joke or a serious one. That was because he was young and ignorant of the ways of the world. If Qin Jie didn't mention it, Qin Min really didn't remember that she had once said that she wanted to marry Ji Feng. Qin Jie actually remembered this sentence? What was Qin Jie's motive for suddenly coming to talk to her about this today? "I remember?" Qin Min replied calmly. "I also said that I want to marry the young master of the Ren family. I also said that I want to marry Gu Xiaoqi. Do you remember?" Why don't I remember?" Qin Jie asked with a smile, not knowing if she was serious or joking. "That's because your memory is bad," Qin Min replied jokingly. She was secretly on guard, feeling that Qin Jie didn't come here with good intentions. At this time, Xiaoyao served 2 cups of tea, and Qin Jie quickly stood up to receive it. "Second miss, quickly sit down. This servant can serve you," Xiaoyao quickly said. Qin Jie personally served a cup of tea to Qin Min. Not everyone has the opportunity to serve tea to the principal's wife. "Xiaoyao, you can leave. I'll take care of him here." "Why are you being so polite?" Qin Min asked. Qin Jie placed the other cup of tea beside her table, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she suddenly knelt down. "Sister, if you want Ji Feng, I'll return him to you. As long as you're willing to help my younger brother, don't mention me. Even if you want my life, I'll give it to you." Qin Jie choked out. Qin Min was really frightened. Her first reaction was that Qin Jie had been bewitched. She knew too well how selfish and utilitarian her younger sister was. If her younger brother could compete for the position of family head, it would be beneficial to her. After all, if she wanted to gain a foothold in the Ji family and become the future family head, she would need a strong maternal family to support her. But even so, she didn't need to sacrifice herself like this, right? Qin Min knew that Qin Jie was here to find trouble, But after Qin Jie made such a scene, she was really at a loss. She said seriously, "Qin Jie, why would I want your husband? You think too highly of your husband. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, don't even think about leaving my door." Even Qin Min herself found her words laughable. If news of what happened today were to spread, people who didn't know would think that she was holding a grudge against her father because she couldn't get a man from the Qin family. That was why she didn't come back to help her brother. This big hat could really crush people to death. "Sister." Qin Jie held a handkerchief and pretended to wipe her tears. She secretly glanced at the teacup on the table and choked out, "Sister, it's useless to say more. How can you forgive Father and me? I know that back then, Father gave me everything that should have belonged to you, and you've always held a grudge in your heart. I can repay all these debts to you. But, her brother was innocent. Our Qin family is also innocent. If second uncle obtains the position of family head and takes control of the ancestral medical books, then what will happen to brother? What will happen to father in prison? Sister." Qin Jie kept talking, and Qin Min was getting impatient. She casually broke the teacup, brushed away the tea leaves on the tea, and gently blew on it. She didn't intend to pay attention to her and let Qin Jie continue talking. She wanted to hear how long Qin Jie could talk. Seeing this, Qin Min picked up the tea, and joy flashed across Qin Jie's eyes. But who knew that just as Qin Min was about to speak, a sharp sound suddenly came from the side. "Squeak, eh? Little thing?" Qin Min put down the blanket and looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Jie was stunned. She didn't even care if Qin Min drank the tea and suddenly screamed, there's a rat." There were many people who were crazy about rats, and Qin Jie was one of them. Just as Qin Jie screamed, Little Thing flew in from the window and jumped onto the tea table. It stood in front of Qin Min's teacup and pointed at the teacup with both hands, anxiously squeaking at Qin Min. Qin Min wasn't familiar with Little Thing, but no matter how stupid she was, she could tell that Little Thing was telling her that there was a problem with this cup of tea. "Tea?" Xiaoyao muttered to herself. Qin Min immediately looked at Qin Jie. At this moment, Qin Jie was staring at Little Thing and realized that it wasn't a rat that was squeaking, but a squirrel. Just like this, Qin Min looked at Qin Jie, and Qin Jie looked at Little Thing. Little Thing's gaze moved back and forth between Qin Min and Qin Jie. Little Thing stopped squeaking, and the huge house suddenly quieted down. Time passed very slowly, as if it was slower than everyone's heartbeat. Gradually, Qin Jie's face revealed a look of fear, and Qin Min slowly narrowed her eyes. Both of them had a tacit understanding that there was a problem with this cup of tea. At this moment, Xiaoyao thought it through and suddenly shouted, "Miss, there's a problem with that cup of tea." Qin Jie immediately pounced over to snatch that cup of tea. Qin Min was stunned at first, but she also reached out. However, both of them were not as fast as Little Thing. Little Thing suddenly picked up the teacup and jumped to the side. It propped both hands on the cup and lay down, staring at Qin Min and Qin Jie with wide eyes. That gaze was as ferocious as it could be. It was clearly warning them not to snatch it. Seeing that Qin Min and Qin Jie didn't move, Little Thing hurriedly lowered its head and took a big sip of tea. However, the tea was too hot, and it immediately spat it out. As it blew, it was wary of Qin Min and Qin Jie. That sneaky and cautious look was especially funny. However, whether it was Qin Min, Qin Jie, or Xiaoyao, they couldn't laugh. This was because Qin Min and Xiaoyao both knew that Little Thing's favorite food was poison. Unless it was a very delicious food, Little Thing wouldn't care about it. The cup of tea that Xiaoyao brewed was just ordinary black tea. How could Little Thing fight over it? There was no doubt that this tea was poisoned, and highly toxic at that. Qin Jie finally realized that the little squirrel in front of her was the poison beast that had been sitting on the headmaster's shoulder all day long. "There's poison in the tea. You poisoned it." This time, it was Qin Min herself who spoke. Xiaoyao couldn't have poisoned it. Qin Jie had just drunk that cup of tea, so she was the one who poisoned it. I didn't. Qin Jie immediately denied it. You poisoned it with lethal poison. Where did you get it from? Qin Min demanded angrily. The only thing that could make Little Thing so anxious was lethal poison, and a very rare one at that. If it was any ordinary poison, Little Thing would have kicked it over long ago. Ever since the Poison Sect was rehabilitated and 100 Poisons Sect was taken over by the Empress, ordinary poisons were hard to buy, to say nothing of a lethal poison like this. Even the three-way black market only sold ordinary poisons. Qin Min had a very bad premonition, but she didn't dare make any guesses. Qin Jie was extremely flustered. She stood up and pointed at Xiaoyao. It was her, she brewed the tea. She poisoned it. I don't know anything. Qin Min made a prompt decision. Xiaoyao, go and find the son-in-law. Xiaoyao immediately ran out, but the guilty Qin Jie couldn't take it anymore and pulled her back. You're not allowed to go. Xiaoyao struggled free. As a servant girl, she was naturally stronger than a noble young miss. She shook off Qin Jie's hand and ran out. Qin Jie immediately chased after her, but she stopped at the door. A moment later, she turned back into the room and closed the door behind her. Qin Min sat in her wheelchair, looking at her with cold eyes, her expression cruel. Qin Min, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for disowning you as my sister. As she spoke, she walked towards Qin Min step by step. Qin Min was extremely shocked. She did not expect her own sister to be so vicious. Qin Min reflexively tried to push the wheelchair, but Qin Jie rushed over and tried to strangle Qin Min. But at the same time, Little Thing jumped onto Qin Min's head and glared at Qin Jie. Forced into a corner, Qin Jie finally remembered that Little Thing was nearby. She froze, her hands hovering in midair. Squeak! Lil Thing pounced on Qin Jie's face and scratched wildly with its claws. She dared to poison the gentleman's partner? She dared to kill the gentleman's partner. This was unforgivable. After all, aside from Mama Yunxi, it only had room for Qin Min to follow the gentleman. It didn't know what this woman had to do with the Qin clan, much less her relationship with Qin Min. In any case, it wouldn't forgive her. Save me! Save me! Qin Jie screamed in fright as she clawed at Lil Thing, but couldn't pry it free. That was because Lil Thing's claws were already digging into her flesh. There was a loud bang as the door was kicked open. A gust of wind blew past before Gu Beiyue landed in front of Qin Min. Qin Min, are you all right? Qin Min gave a start. She didn't know why, but his sudden appearance made her feel like she was dreaming. It didn't feel real at all. How could he get here so quickly? Xiaoyao had just left. No matter how fast he was, Xiaoyao had to send word before he could get here. The Qin clan was quite a distance from the medical academy, so Xiaoyao couldn't have run there so quickly. Very soon, Xiaoyao caught up as well. She was about to speak when she saw the young master standing in front of her young miss and relaxed. She'd just reached the courtyard when the young master suddenly appeared to ask her what had happened. If she guessed correctly, the young master had been hiding in the Qin clan this entire time. She knew it. How could the young master really leave her young miss here alone? Are you all right? Gu Beiyue asked seriously. Qin Min looked at Xiaoyao before her gaze returned to Gu Beiyue's face. She couldn't help muttering, Gu Beiyue, you didn't leave? A complicated look flitted past Gu Beiyue's eyes before he unconsciously backed away. He didn't answer Qin Min's question, but looked at Qin Jie, who was still struggling on the side. Knitting his brows, he said, Lil Thing, don't be so impudent. Only then did Lil Thing release Qin Jie and jump back onto the tea table. It pointed at the cup of tea and squeaked at Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue's expression was serious. Qin, he had only said one word when Qin Min interrupted, husband. Chapter 13:17. Upon hearing the word, husband, Gu Beiyue knew that Qin Min was reminding him that Qin Jie was present, so he had to pay attention to how he addressed her. Madam, don't be anxious, he said mildly. First, tell me what exactly happened. Qin Min then told Gu Beiwei everything that had happened. Qin Jie's entire face was ruined. She didn't say a word and just curled up at the side, crying nonstop. Since Gu Beiwei was here, she knew that she couldn't escape this calamity. Gu Beiwei ignored Qin Jie. Seeing that the little thing was about to finish the cup of tea, he hurriedly stopped it. Qin Min's analysis was right. For the little thing to be so greedy, the poison in this cup of tea was definitely not ordinary. Where was Qin Jie going to find such a rare poison? Although he didn't say it out loud, he had the same bad premonition as Qin Min. He carefully took the teacup. Seeing that there was still some tea at the bottom, he said, "Xiao Yao, go get a good bottle." "Okay." Xiao Yao was overjoyed and soon found a clean little medicine bottle. Gu Beiwei carefully poured the medicine into the porcelain bottle, closed the cork, and casually put it in his sleeve without saying anything. The little thing stood at the side, greedy, but it didn't dare to complain. If the young master wanted it, it wouldn't snatch it even if it was greedy. After putting away the things, Gu Beiwei sat down and asked mildly, "Madam, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Before Qin Min could speak, Qin Jie suddenly looked up and said angrily, "What right do you have to say that I poisoned it? Which eye of yours saw me poison it? What right do you have to say that the tea was poisoned? You're slandering me." "That's true. Without sufficient evidence, we can't convince the Ji family. Husband, she's not only the daughter of the Qin family, but also the young mistress of the Ji family," Qin Min said seriously. These words were to remind Gu Beiwei that he could use this matter to pressure the Ji family. At the same time, it was to remind Qin Jie that if the Ji family knew about this matter, she would be finished. A trace of fear flashed across Qin Jie's eyes, but she remained stubborn to the end. "I didn't poison it. Without evidence, I won't admit it even if I die," Qin Min said mockingly. "Qin Jie, if you didn't go down and just choked me to death, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Just you wait, I will definitely convince you. The mistress in Yuning City will personally appraise that cup of tea." "I didn't do it, so I'm not afraid," Qin Jie answered without hesitation. Both Qin Min and Gu Beiwei were stunned by his words. If they were only suspicious before, they were now very sure that the person who poisoned Qin Min back then was Qin Jie. Qin Min stood up in shock. Qin Jie was dumbfounded when she saw Qin Min stand up. "Qin Min, you... No! Impossible! No!" Qin Jie screamed and stepped back until she hit the wall. She was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. "You were the one who poisoned me!" Qin Min was furious. She strode up to her and raised her hand to give her a tight slap. "As expected of my biological sister. You? When did you?" Qin Jie was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The reason why she was so confident and dared to poison Qin Min was because she had already tried it. Many years ago, she bought this poison from a drug dealer at a sky-high price and started to poison Qin Min, crippling her legs. Her father looked for all the elders in the medical school and even Dean Gu back then, but no one could save her. Her father also suspected that she was poisoned, but all the poison doctors were to no avail. All the poison doctors' diagnosis was the same: Qin Min wasn't poisoned. Since then, Qin Min was diagnosed with a strange illness and her father gave up on her. She got everything that should have belonged to Qin Min. She thought that everything would go smoothly, but who knew that one day, Gu Beiwei would marry Qin Min. She started to be afraid. She was afraid that after Qin Min married Gu Beiwei, she would meet Han Yunxi and be diagnosed with poison. From the time Gu Beiwei sent people to ask for her hand in marriage to the time Qin Min married Gu Beiwei, she locked herself in her room every day. She didn't see anyone and didn't eat anything. She was so scared that she couldn't even sleep. Later, she still trembled with fear when she recalled those days. She often thought that if that period of time had been any longer, she would have broken down. She waited in fear until the end of the wedding. She waited until she saw the Emperor and Empress's carriage leave Medical City. She waited until Qin Min returned home the next day, still in a wheelchair. She was overjoyed. She knew that Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to identify that Qin Min's legs were poisoned. When she bought that poison by chance, the person who bought it told her that this poison was very rare. If she didn't know the truth, she definitely wouldn't be able to identify it. She found that after she survived this ordeal, her conscience was at ease. But who knew that such a big change would happen to the Qin family? Qin Min had such good medical skills and was in the limelight as soon as she returned to Medical City. On the night that Qin Min saved that old man, her husband, the eldest young master of the Ji family, Ji Feng, got drunk and refused to return home no matter how she persuaded him. He even grabbed her hair and told her that he regretted marrying her. He said that even if Qin Min's legs were crippled, he wouldn't mind. He said that she was the one who seduced him back then. Perhaps from that moment on she went crazy? When Ji Feng was drunk on the bed, she searched for the remaining poison like a madwoman. She only had one thought, and that was to kill Qin Min. Qin Min's body was already poisoned. As long as she used up the remaining poison, Qin Min would definitely die when the toxicity reached a certain level. Qin Jie, do you really think that the Empress didn't see the poison in my legs? Let me tell you, I stood up on the day of my wedding. The person who detoxified the poison was Her Majesty. Qin Min said coldly, Qin Jie, you disappoint me too much. Qin Jie was speechless and Qin Min didn't want to pursue the matter. She said to Gu Beiyue indifferently, Husband, send the tea to Her Majesty. The daughter-in-law of the Ji family murdered the wife of an official of the imperial court. This is a serious crime. This was already a big deal in the medical city. If it escalated to murdering the wife of an official of the imperial court, when Her Majesty personally appeared, there would be no room for redemption. Qin Jie then realized that not only would she have to pay the price for this matter, but the entire Ji family and even the Qin family would not be spared. The first to be implicated would definitely be her husband, Ji Feng, that person whom she had loved deeply since she was young. No. She shouted, Qin Min, I admit it. I admit it all. Qin Min, I beg you, don't implicate the Ji family in this matter. Don't. Qin Min really couldn't see through this younger sister of hers. Just now, she was willing to give up her husband, but now she wanted to bear all the blame and protect the Ji family? Seeing that Qin Min didn't speak, Qin Jie became even more anxious. Her blood-stained face was already hideous, and with her tears blurred, it looked even more terrifying. Qin Min, on account of the fact that you wanted to marry him before, can you let the Ji family off? Qin Jie cried. When she said this, Qin Min subconsciously looked towards Gu Beiyue. At the same time, Gu Beiyue was also looking at her. Qin Min, you know best whether you liked him or not. Ji Feng is innocent. He just advanced to a godly doctor and will be the head of the household in a few years. You will ruin him. Qin Jie's face was covered in tears. She put down all her dignity and begged, Qin Min, just take it that I'm begging you. Qin Min, he also likes you. He still likes you to this day. He sob, he already regrets marrying me. Gu Beiyue and Qin Min were both very awkward. Qin Min wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Beiyue slowly turned his head and looked elsewhere. Xiaoyao was also stunned, but she quickly regained her senses and said angrily, Second Miss, how can you slander Miss like this? This servant has served Miss for so many years. This servant can guarantee that Miss has only liked young master in her entire life. She will only like young master forever. Perhaps Qin Jie had really gone crazy and became stupid? She suddenly realized that Gu Beiyue, her husband, was also present. With her pleading, how could Gu Beiyue let Ji Feng off? She looked at Qin Min and Gu Beiyue, speechless. All she could do was cry and hope that this was all a nightmare. When she woke up, she'd still be lying by Ji Feng's side as if nothing had happened. Seeing that young master had turned his head away, Xiaoyao became even more anxious. Young master, you must believe Miss. This servant has grown up with Miss since childhood. This servant knows everything about Miss. Miss only has you in her heart. She has never had anyone else. Don't be deceived. Young master, Miss has. Qin Min's face turned red. She really wanted to interrupt Xiaoyao, but Gu Beiwe turned around and looked at her. I naturally understand Madame's intentions. This is after all a family matter of the Qin family. Madame can decide how to deal with it. I will wait for Madame outside. After he finished speaking, he left without consulting anyone. Xiaoyao wanted to chase after him, but Qin Min stopped her with a sharp look. Xiaoyao resentfully retreated to the side. Little Thing, who was completely unaware of the situation, had already cleaned up its claws. It seemed to be in a good mood as it bounced out the door after the young master. Qin Min looked at Qin Jie. She really didn't feel any hatred, nor did she feel the joy of revenge. After a long time, she said indifferently, Qin Jie, you should go back. Discuss this clearly with your husband. Either we hand this matter over to the authorities, or let Ji Feng persuade his father to let him create less trouble during this period of time. Qin Min originally wanted to explain, but when she thought about it, even if Qin Jie didn't understand her warning, the elderly head of the Ji family would definitely understand. Gu Beiwe had already spread the news that he would start the reform in a few days. The Ji family would also be a big obstacle. I'll give you 3 days to think clearly before you answer me. Qin Min's expression was calm. She was about to leave when Qin Jie stopped her. Qin Min, don't you hate me? Why? Why couldn't she see any anger or hatred in Qin Min's eyes? Why could Qin Min be so calm? Hate? Qin Min frowned and thought about it. She really couldn't hate her, even if this younger sister in front of her had done everything to ruin her life. She was just disappointed. She really didn't expect it to be Qin Jie. She had always suspected the second branch of the family. Qin Min looked back and smiled faintly. I don't hate you. If not for your actions, the one who married Ji Feng might really have been me. I wouldn't have been able to wait for him. By him, she was naturally referring to Gu Beiwe. Qin Min originally didn't feel any sense of revenge, but when she inadvertently said those words, she actually felt an indescribable sense of joy. Yes, she had taken revenge. She was satisfied. She even felt a mysterious sense of happiness. She opened the door and saw Gu Beiwe standing in the courtyard, looking up at the moon in the sky. His brows were tightly knitted, as if they would never disappear. Chapter 13-18. What was it that hit Gu Beiwe's heart that had been calm for so many years? What kind of sorrow was that frown on his handsome brows? If even he couldn't resolve it, then who else could? Qin Min watched quietly for a long time. At first, she looked at Gu Beiwe, but eventually, her gaze moved up and landed on the bright moon in the sky. It was summer, but there were no stars. There was only a bright moon in the vast night sky. Many times, the moon's light was too bright and would overshadow the light of the stars. In the absolute light, no other shining point could be seen. Qin Min walked over. Gu Beiwe was a vigilant person, but he didn't notice her until she was standing behind him. He turned around and saw Qin Min, and his heart skipped a beat. It had been a long time since he had been so absent-minded. His heart was in turmoil, but his face was still gentle and calm. He asked mildly, "Eldest Miss Qin, have you settled the matters in the house?" Qin Min looked up at the moon and asked mildly, "What were you looking at just now?" She didn't call him Grand Tutor, nor did she call him Gu Beiwe. This was the first time she spoke to him without addressing him. Gu Beiwe was not used to it, but Qin Min asked again, "Have you been at Qin Manor all this time? Otherwise, how could you have rushed over so quickly?" Qin Min looked back at him and stared straight into his eyes. She continued, "Aren't you very busy?" Qin Min asked 3 questions in a row. Actually, she was afraid that he would answer. However, there was a limit to her questions, and she couldn't finish them all. She waited and smiled as she looked at him. "Gu Beiwe, since you didn't leave, then give me a reason to stay." A reason to stay in Medical City. Gu Beiwe's brows didn't relax. Instead, His brows furrowed more and more as Qin Min asked one question after another. Qin Min had the urge to reach out and smooth it out. However, she endured it in the end. She knew very well that she couldn't smooth out his brows. She also knew that only he could smooth out his worries, his hesitation, and his worries. Gu Beiyue hesitated for a long time. Qin Min was willing to wait. Even if he hesitated for a day, a month, or even a year, Qin Min was willing to wait. He was afraid of being decisive. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue's hesitation didn't last more than a night. He said, "Miss Qin, I haven't left since that night. I promised you about the Qin clan. No matter what, I will ensure your safety. Both the Qin and Ji families were involved in this revolution. Tonight's matter will certainly threaten the Ji family. Thank you for your help, Miss Qin." The moment she said that, Qin Min's heart turned cold. He actually asked her for help at this time? Is there anything you can't do in Medical City? His begging was clearly telling her that he came to the Qin family to protect her for another purpose. He didn't come here just for her. Grand Tutor Gu! Qin Min shouted, but she didn't continue immediately. She also hesitated, but her hesitation was not as long as his. She said indifferently, "I don't want to help you." Just like that, she honestly said, "I don't want to," without giving any reason. However, there was still a reason for, "I don't want to." Was it because she didn't want to implicate Ji Feng, who she once wanted to marry, or because she hated him and came here with ulterior motives? Qin Min turned and walked into the room. When she was about to enter, she turned back to look at Gu Beiyue. She said, "The Qin family matter is over. Grand Tutor Gu, you can go back. I'll leave tomorrow. I won't disturb you any longer." Qin Min's expression was calmer than his, and her tone was even more indifferent than his. Even her action of closing the door was so light, as if this was nothing more than an ordinary thing to her. The door closed. Gu Beiyue was still standing as he watched. Unconsciously, he reached out and furrowed his brows, then rubbed his face with his hand. He turned around and in an instant, he disappeared. That night, Vice-Chancellor Shen looked for Gu Beiyue everywhere in the medical school, but he couldn't find him. Qin Min sat by the window, but she still couldn't find Gu Beiyue. No one knew where he went that night. That night, Qin Min helped Qin Jie treat the wound on her face. Although it was done, it was inevitable that there would be a scar. Qin Jie had no idea what Qin Min was up to. She was so scared that she didn't dare to make a sound. After daybreak, Qin Min said to her mildly, "This matter ends here. If you don't want to implicate the Ji family, you'd better keep your mouth shut. As for the wound on your face, look for it yourself." Qin Jie was about to nod, but after thinking about it seriously, she couldn't help but ask, "Qin Min, why should I believe you? Will the dean let go of this opportunity?" Qin Min smiled brightly and said, "The dean is henpecked. Listen to me." Qin Jie was even more confused. Looking at Qin Min's smile, she didn't know why, but she felt a sense of sadness. She felt that although Qin Min's smile was bright, it wasn't pretty. "Qin Min, I'll believe you this time," Qin Jie said and left as if she was escaping. After she left, Qin Min turned to look at Xiaoyao, who had been standing at the side. She said mildly, "Have you packed everything?" "Yes." Xiaoyao lowered her head and was about to cry. "Where's the carriage?" Qin Min asked again. "It's waiting at the entrance of the secret passage," Xiaoyao replied truthfully. "Then why are you standing there? Let's go." Qin Min personally activated the mechanism on the bed and opened the secret passage. Xiaoyao chased after her, choking with sobs. "Miss, don't be angry with young master, okay? It's not like you don't know young master's temper." "Miss, young master has such a bad temper. He has you in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. He has so many subordinates. Any one of them can protect us. Miss, just give in to young master. Miss, if you're not by young master's side, what if he falls sick? Who's going to supervise young master's medicinal bath? Are you coming or not?" Qin Min asked with a frown. Xiaoyao sniffled, her eyes turning red. Miss, you don't want young master any more? Qin Min didn't say anything. Carrying her bag and carrying the lantern, she walked step by step into the secret passage. What else could Xiaoyao do? She could only pick up her luggage and chase after her. After both master and servant had left, Qin Min activated the mechanism and sealed the secret passage. She knew that she would never return. She didn't want to care about the Qin family's struggles. Soon, when the revolution began, there wouldn't be anything to fight about in the Qin family. She walked along the secret passage quietly. Unexpectedly, when she was about to reach the exit, she saw a person leaning against the wall of the exit from afar, seemingly asleep. She stopped abruptly in her tracks, shocked. Xiaoyao was even more shocked and blurted out, "Young master." Gu Beiwe woke up and seemed surprised to see Qin Min and the rest. He stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Qin Min suddenly rushed over and stood in front of him. She was obviously very excited, but when she stood in front of him and looked at him, she didn't know what to say. It was as if there were thousands of words, but they all condensed into one sentence. "You? Why are you here?" This was the first time that Gu Beiwe didn't address her. He didn't call her eldest Miss Qin, nor did he call her by her name. "I'm here to send you off," he said with a smile. Qin Min was clearly startled, but she quickly smiled back at him. "Thank you very much." He really did send her off. They walked all the way out of the secret passage, which was actually less than 10 steps away. The carriage was waiting outside. She didn't need to bother him anymore. She stepped on the stone and boarded the carriage herself. She sat in the carriage and looked out of the window. She was still smiling. "Remember to take the medicinal bath frequently." He nodded quietly. Unexpectedly, she didn't finish speaking. She continued, "Otherwise, I will present that prescription to the 2 masters in Yuning City." After she finished speaking, she lowered the curtain without hesitation and said to the coachman, "Let's go." The carriage slowly drove away. Xiaoyao couldn't help but cry in the carriage. She couldn't tell whether Miss didn't want young master anymore, or young master didn't want Miss anymore. Qin Min leaned against the window with her eyes closed. No one looked back. No one knew if Gu Beiwe was still standing in the same place, or if he had also turned and left. When Qin Min went south to Ningzhou City, Gu Beiwe could always find a reason for her to leave. Other than the Qin family, very few people paid attention to Qin Min's whereabouts. On the second day after Gu Beiwe returned to Medical City, he started the reform that had been planned for many years. Although he had already controlled the Qin and Ren families, as well as many large families in the 2 camps, there were still many voices of opposition. Not only were there voices of opposition in Medical City, but there were also voices of opposition in the imperial court and among the people. Many large families in Medical City were involved with outsiders. Gu Beiwe changed his usual gentle style and adopted an oppressive and iron-blooded policy. Many of his methods could even be considered sinister. Even Vice Academy head Shin was shocked by him. For example, dealing with the acupuncture family in Medical City, the Gu family, Gu Beiwe didn't give the head of the Gu family any time to hesitate. He directly laid out the various scandals that the Gu family had committed in the past 3 years, including misdiagnoses and deaths and inflated treatment fees. For example, dealing with the medicinal bath family in Medical City, the Yu family, Gu Beiwe tossed over a thick ledger that recorded all of the dealings between the Yu clan and Medicine City's Li clan. Almost every page had something fishy going on, but Gu Beiwe had marked them all out personally. For example, dealing with the massage family in Medical City, the Zhang family, Gu Beiwe used Madame Zhang's affair to threaten the head of the Zhang family. If he didn't support the reform, he would let the entire Medical City know that he had been cuckolded. The head of the Zhang family was so angry that he vomited blood, but there was nothing he could do. As for the Ji family, they wouldn't be spared either. Gu Beiwe didn't use Qin Jie's matter, but he still found other weaknesses that could be used against the Ji family. He didn't say much about this matter to Qin Min, and Qin Min didn't ask. Everyone thought that Gu Beiwei wanted to curry favor with Long Feiyi. However, Long Feiyi didn't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. On the 5th day of Gu Beiwei's reform, Long Feiyi made his move without warning. He pulled out all the officials who had colluded with the major families in Medical City. His methods were more direct and even more cruel than Gu Beiwei's. It took them half a year to finally take back the various privileges of Medical City. Gu Beiwei reformed Medical City, while Long Feiyi, with the assistance of Han Yunxi, changed the deep-rooted medical system. Chapter 13-19. Originally, the Imperial Physician Court only served the royal family, nobles, and officials. The Imperial Physician Court's doctors were not only doctors but also medical officers. Now, Long Feiyi had retained the Imperial Physician Court and established a medical division, which was in charge of Great Qin's medical treatment. The medical division was higher than the Imperial Physician Court, and it was Great Qin's highest medical institution. It was in charge of the opening of medical schools and medical halls, as well as the evaluation of doctors' qualifications. The medical division's biggest problem was the lack of doctors. As such, after establishing the medical division, the most important thing was to open medical schools and lower the entry requirement. After all, studying medicine was not an easy thing to do. First, one had to be able to afford the expensive school fees and find a good teacher. Under Han Yunxi's repeated persuasion, Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei discussed and resisted the financial pressure and lowered the entry requirements for medical schools. At the same time as opening medical schools, Gu Beiwei personally did something big. He personally went to every city, county, and town in Great Qin, and after investigating all of Great Qin's middle grade and above medical halls, he set up countless medical halls. At the same time, he set up a large medical hall in every large county, where rank 4 doctors and above were stationed. They only treated serious and difficult illnesses, and regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they only charged 10 taels of silver. Gu Beiwei spent 3 whole years before Great Qin's medical reform was complete. What guaranteed the success of this reform was that the state treasury gave a lot of support, and all rank 3 doctors and above were supported by the imperial court. This idea was naturally given by Han Yunxi, and because of this, Long Feiyi felt even more financial pressure. Medicine could never be separated from medicine. If the commoners could find a doctor but couldn't find medicine or afford medicine, everything would be for naught. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei started the reform of medicine, while Han Yunxi and Mu Ling started the reform of medicine in Medicine City. Unlike the reform in Medical City, the reform in Medicine City was much easier. After all, the large families in Medicine City had long since been controlled by Han Yunxi, and the King of Medicine was one of Han Yunxi's people. Han Yunxi and Mu Ling spent more time on the establishment of the Medicine Supervisory Department. Mu Ling had always thought that the Medicine Supervisory Department's main responsibility was to verify the authenticity of medicine and treatment. However, Han Yunxi said that the Medicine Supervisory Department's main responsibility was to monitor the prices of medicine. Han Yunxi used the Medicine Supervisory Department's ruthless words. With all kinds of subsidies from the imperial court, if anyone dared to set a high price, hoard their goods, or plant precious herbs instead of cheap ones, she definitely wouldn't be polite. Whether it was Han Yunxi using her status as the Empress or her power in Medicine City, these words were enough to make anyone tremble. Gu Beiwei left Medical City and set up the Medicine Supervisory Department, then began to run around. Long Feiyi sat in Yuning, shouldering the financial pressure and the opposition of many ministers. Half a year after the medical reform, Han Yunxi gave birth to a princess for Long Feiyi in Yuning Palace. The one who delivered the child was 4th young Miss Ren. Gu Beiwei was busy outside and wasn't in Yuning. The various ranks of doctors in Medical City either joined the Medicine Supervisory Department or the Imperial Academy of Medicine, or scattered to different places. Fourth, young Miss Ren left her family and became an imperial physician in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. It had to be mentioned that on the morning of the princess's birth, there was a magnificent spectacle in Yuning Palace. Tens of thousands of birds gathered in the sky above Yuning Palace and circled around, unwilling to leave for a long time. From a distance, it looked like 100 birds were paying homage to a phoenix. Not only the people in the palace, but all of Yuning's common people also witnessed this spectacle. Even Long Feiyi was shocked. It wasn't until the cries of a baby came from the delivery room that the flock of birds gradually dispersed. It was the beginning of winter, and the swallows from the north had just reached the center of Cloud Realm, so the majority of the birds were swallows. Even more miraculous was that the majority of the swallows were domestic swallows. It had to be known that domestic swallows had a strange habit. They always moved south at night like shadows and no one could see them. They rarely appeared in groups during the day. No one could explain this spectacle, but everyone knew that this was an auspicious omen and that this princess was extraordinary. It was also because of this strangeness that Long Feiyi simply gave the little princess the Yen character, Xianyuan Yen. Long Feiyi was happy to have a daughter, and he was even happier than having a son. On the same day, he pardoned the world and exempted everyone from the death penalty. Only the heavens knew how much he liked this little princess, and he even used the country's name as a title and gave her the title of Great Qin Princess. Unlike Rer, who was afraid of Long Feiyi since he was in his mother's womb, this little princess was very close to Long Feiyi. Whether she was crying from fear, hunger, or other things, as long as Long Feiyi hugged her, she would immediately calm down. Sometimes, even Han Yunxi, Granny Zhao, the wet nurses, and the maids couldn't coax her to sleep. Once she was in Long Feiyi's arms, she would fall asleep sweetly after a few coaxes. Ruyer didn't mind and was very happy to let his sister have her way. On the other hand, Han Yunxi drank, who knew how much hot and sour soup. Han Yunxi's delivery of a daughter confirmed Qin Min's original judgment. Han Yunxi lost the bet, but she lost willingly. In fact, she had already asked Long Feiyi to give Gu Beiwei several days off, but unfortunately, Gu Beiwei refused and only said that he would rest after he was done. And coincidentally, with the medical reform, Gu Beiwei was busy running around and really didn't have time to take a vacation. Han Yunxi wrote a letter to Qin Min while she was still in confinement, promising that after the medical reform was over, she would find a way to give Gu Beiwei a long vacation and let Gu Beiwei go to Ningzhou to accompany her and Little Shadow. Unfortunately, the medical reform lasted for 3.5 years, and only then did Gu Beiwei have some free time. After Qin Min left Medical City, she never asked about Medical City's affairs, nor did she ask anything about Gu Beiwei. However, there was one thing that she had always been in charge of. Every month, she would send Gu Beiwei medicine packets to soak in medicinal baths, and ask Gu Beiwei to send back the dregs of the medicinal bath. She didn't know what she did to the medicine packets, but she could tell from the dregs whether Gu Beiwei had really soaked in them. At the beginning and end of every month, she would send Gu Beiwei medicine packet. Gu Beiwei didn't refuse and did as she said. In this way, it was equivalent to Qin Min supervising Gu Beiwei to soak in medicinal baths twice a month. Therefore, she always knew about Gu Beiwei's whereabouts. At first, Gu Beiwei only sent back the dregs, but Qin Min began to put letters in the medicine packets, writing about interesting things about Little Shadow's growth. Gu Beiwei began to reply to her letters. Other than Little Shadow, there was nothing else. One day, Gu Beiwei saw a line of crooked handwriting in Qin Min's letter. He was so happy that he laughed out loud, and his mood improved for a few days. That line of handwriting was written by Little Shadow, and he knew that Qin Min had begun to teach Little Shadow to write. Later, Qin Min asked Gu Beiwei about something in her letter. She said, "Grand Tutor Gu, since it's an act, why don't you lie to another child?" This sentence made Gu Beiwei frown, just like that night at the Qin residence. His brows were tightly knitted, and he didn't loosen them for a long time. Back then, he kept Little Shadow because he wanted to dote on him like his own child. However, Qin Min exposed herself, and Little Shadow could only become an adopted child. He and Qin Min had lied to so many people, so what if they lied to another child? Little Shadow was already an adopted child. If he found out that his adoptive parents weren't a real couple, how sad would he be? The next day Gu Beiwei replied, "Okay, I'll lie to him for the rest of his life. He's the only son I, Gu Beiwei, have in my life." After receiving the reply, Qin Min smiled happily, but her eyes turned red as she smiled. It was so red that Peony was scared. "Miss, don't be like this. If you want to cry, just cry. Don't scare this servant. Miss, go ahead and cry. Cry it out. This servant will go out. This servant won't tell anyone. Go ahead and cry." In the end, Qin Min didn't cry. She smiled and said, "A mother can't cry casually. I'll go and make food for Little Shadow." After that, Qin Min still put a letter in the medicine package that she sent to Gu Beiwei. She replied to him with an "okay." The little princess's 1-month-old birthday party wasn't a big one. Gu Beiwei had been busy in the north with the medical reform and didn't attend. Gu Beiwei didn't return to Yuning, so Qin Min didn't go by herself. Therefore, Qin Min didn't leave Ningzhou for 3 whole years. It was said that time could heal everything. Perhaps 3 years wasn't long enough. 3 years didn't heal Qin Min's heartstrings that had already been plucked. Or perhaps she was destined not to be completely healed in this lifetime. Because, even if the love was fake, the status was real. If they were too far apart, it was impossible for them not to have any interactions. There was nothing more helpless than this. Qin Min always wondered why Gu Beiwei was frowning that night at the Qin residence. Could 3 years soothe his furrowed brows that night? Because of this, she developed a habit of looking at the moon in the sky before going to bed at night. No matter who it was, they would see the same moon when they looked up. And to her, the moon was there, and he was there. At the end of summer 3 years later, Qin Min sat on an old tree in the courtyard and looked at the bright moon in the sky. She held the medicine dregs and letter that Gu Beiwei had just sent back and was in a daze. At this moment, a small figure flew across the roof and disappeared in an instant. Very soon, Shiyuba's voice was heard, "Quick! Stop, little master! Quickly!" Qin Min then regained her senses and looked towards the roof. She only saw a few black figures flying around, but she didn't see the familiar little figure. She smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Although Little Shadow was Gu Beiwei's adopted son, his talent in martial arts was exceptionally shocking, especially in the area of Qinggong. When Little Shadow was 3 years old, Gu Beiwei had sent people to teach Little Shadow martial arts. Now Little Shadow was only 5 years old, but he was actually able to shake off a group of guards. What made Qin Min even more astonished was that Little Shadow's character was similar to Gu Beiwei. They were both very gentle, just like a piece of warm jade. However, he liked to smile much more than Gu Beiwei. While the guards were still searching for Qin Min, Little Shadow had already silently landed behind Qin Min. He called out softly, "Mother." Qin Min wasn't frightened because she knew that Little Shadow would hide behind her. When she turned around, she saw Little Shadow standing in the branches and smiling at her. The moonlight shone on his tender and clean little face, illuminating his warm smile. At this moment, Qin Min only felt that Little Shadow was like a piece of white jade, gentle, flawless, clear, and quiet. So like Gu Beiwei. "Why, is Uncle Shi forcing you to practice martial arts again? Don't you already know how to do it? It's already night time, isn't he annoying?" Qin Min was unhappy and hated Shiyuba. Little Shadow sat down and said, "Mother, don't be angry. Uncle Shi is an old man, let him go and I'll just escape." Chapter 13:20. Facing such a warm Little Shadow was like facing Gu Beiwei. However, Qin Min could reject Gu Beiwei, but she would never be able to reject the Little Shadow. She said, "Okay, Let's not argue with him. She carried the little shadow over and let him sit on her lap, snuggling in her arms. She could never forget the timid and distant look of the little shadow when she first met him. She also could not forget the scene of the little shadow sitting at the gate waiting for her after she returned from Medical City. The wet nurse said that after the child came back from Yuning, he would sit at the gate every night, waiting for her to come back. That day, as soon as she got out of the car, he rushed over and called her godmother. She had never been a mother, but at that moment, she really felt that the little shadow was her biological child and that she was the child's everything to rely on. She said to him, "It's not godmother, it's mother. Call me mother from now on." The 2-year-old little shadow was more or less sensible, and it took him a whole month to correct himself. Occasionally, he would even call her godmother inadvertently. But now, he was 5 years old, and he never called her godmother again. He would always call her mother softly and sweetly. When he was serious, he would even call her mother. Seeing the letter in his mother's hand, the little shadow asked, "Mother, Daddy wrote again?" Qin Min answered faintly. The little shadow thought for a moment and asked, "Mother, what does Daddy look like?" The number of times the little shadow had seen Gu Beiwei could be counted on one hand. After he was 2 years old, he basically never saw him again. His memory was blurry, and he only knew that he was not his parents' biological son. Qin Min thought for a long time and pointed to the moon. "He looks like that." The little shadow looked up and couldn't understand for a long time. "What are you looking at?" "The moon," Qin Min said seriously. The little shadow was dumbfounded. "The moon? Is the moon beautiful?" Qin Min asked. "It's beautiful," the little shadow answered without hesitation. "Your father is as beautiful as the moon," Qin Min said and laughed. As the mother and son chatted, Shiyuba came over. "Madam, young master should sleep. I still have to wake up early tomorrow morning to practice." After Gu Beiwa left, he warned Shiyuba once. Now, when Shiyuba saw Qin Min, it was the same as when he saw Gu Beiwa. He was always respectful and did not dare to be presumptuous. "Don't all the shadows know how to do it? Even with all of you working together, you still couldn't catch him. In my opinion, you should dismiss all of your people. With the shadow around, it's enough." Qin Min's half-serious, half-joking tone made Shiyuba unable to figure out what she really meant. Shiyuba could only smile foolishly. "Madam, little master is very talented and learns quickly. Good that you know. Later, I'll get North Moon to switch to a new group of people." "Let the shadow rest for a while," Qin Min said. Shiyuba was in a difficult position. If the shadow platoon wasn't trained well enough, it would be hard for him to report back. Yes. He agreed first, thinking about how to report to his master. At this moment, Little Shadow suddenly jumped down from Qin Min's arms and landed on the ground. He was especially serious and said loudly, "Guards, protect Madam. Someone has broken in." As he said that, he shot off to the right. Qin Min and Shiyuba used their mental states to place many guards in the surroundings of the room. Someone who could break in so silently definitely had to be extraordinary. However, Qin Min and Shiyuba waited for a very long time, but they did not see any guards come to protect them. Instead, they saw 2 figures, one small and one large, begin a chase on the roof. Qin Min was dumbfounded by the tall and lanky figure. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously, thinking that her eyes were playing tricks on her. However, Shiyuba blurted out very soon, "It's Master. Master has returned." "Yeah, it's Gu Beiwa." Qin Min probably would never forget that figure under the moonlight for the rest of her life. She had only received his letter and medicinal dregs today, so why had he come? Qin Min stared at the familiar figure in a daze. She was unable to think anymore. She just stared, and stared. Gu Beiwei could obviously slow down and let Little Shadow chase after him. In the beginning, the distance between him and Little Shadow was still a little wide. However, gradually, Gu Beiwe slowed down even more, and Little Shadow became even closer to him. He originally wanted to keep a distance between him and Little Shadow to provoke this child. However, who knew that once the distance between them was shortened, Little Shadow would not continue to chase after him. Instead, Little Shadow turned around and landed beside Qin Min. Gu Beiwe was very surprised. He turned around to look. He saw Qin Min and Little Shadow standing under the tree, looking at him under the moonlight. 3 years had passed, and Little Shadow had grown up. Qin Min did not change much other than being a little thinner. He stood on the roof, and the moonlight shone on him, washing away the impurities on his body. His white clothes looked especially pure. He looked at Qin Min and her son. He didn't know why, but he just didn't chase after them. Little Shadow held his mother's hand and muttered, "Mother." Qin Min regained her senses. "Hm?" Little Shadow was silent for a moment before he muttered again, "Mother, the moon has fallen." Qin Min subconsciously raised her head to look at the sky. She saw that the moon was still hanging high in the sky, and the night sky was silent. She muttered, "No, the moon is still." Halfway through her sentence, she finally regained her senses. "What the hell was this?" she said seriously. "Little Shadow, your father is back." "Mother, he's deliberately playing with me." Although Little Shadow was not as mature as other children, 3 years of Qin Min's personal teaching had made him smart and introverted. "No, he's testing your Qigong," Qin Min said again. No matter how calm Little Shadow was, he was still a child. He became nervous. "Mother, I couldn't catch up to him." Qin Min was dumbfounded again. She muttered to herself, "I couldn't catch up to him either." "But you don't know martial arts." Little Shadow looked up, his young and tender face full of confusion. Qin Min regained her senses and hurriedly comforted him. "You're still young. You'll definitely be able to catch up to him in the future." Little Shadow trusted his mother's words the most. He instantly gained confidence and said seriously, "Mother, if father runs away in the future, I'll chase him back for you, okay?" Qin Min only replied after a long while. She said, "He's lost a lot of weight." "Mother, why isn't father here yet?" Little Shadow asked again. Qin Min didn't even think about it and said casually, "I don't know either. You should go ask him." Little Shadow's figure flashed and quickly landed in front of Gu Beiwe. He was so fast that Qin Min couldn't even stop him. She was about to chase after him when she saw Gu Beiwe squatting down in front of Little Shadow. She stopped in her tracks. This scene made her entire heart soften and calm down. She believed that this person whose heart was as cold as ice would definitely not hurt the child. Gu Beiwe studied Little Shadow's face seriously. He didn't expect that the timid child from back then would be so bold as to stand in front of him and look at him. He smiled gently and said, "Little Shadow, do you know who I am?" Little Shadow nodded seriously. He also studied his father's appearance and didn't make a sound. "Who am I?" Gu Beiwe asked again. Little Shadow looked pensive. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Gu Beiwe didn't rush him and waited patiently. However, Little Shadow pondered for too long. He couldn't help but ask, "Since you know, why are you still thinking?" Only then did Little Shadow answer, "You're the clan leader of the Shadow Clan. You're the Crown Prince's teacher. You're the head of the medical department." What kind of person his father was and what kind of person he was, Mother had told him all about it. Gu Beiwe was surprised, and a part of his heart faintly ached. He unconsciously drew Little Shadow closer, and let Little Shadow lean into the crook of his arm. Little Shadow had long been unafraid of strangers, and he was even more unafraid of this father. In these 3 years, his mother had told him too many things about his father. He had even freeloaded a few letters from his mother and chatted with this father a few times. Gu Beiwe asked seriously, "What else?" Gu Beiwe wanted to call him father, but Little Shadow said, "Also, you're still Mother's moon." Gu Beiwe was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Qin Min, but Qin Min immediately averted her gaze. Gu Beiwei also immediately retracted his gaze and asked gently, "Anything else?" Little Shadow thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. "That's all I know." Gu Beiwei picked Little Shadow up and looked at him. He said seriously, "Also, I'm Gu Nanshan's father." Qin Min originally wanted him to give Little Shadow a name, but he had been thinking about it. After she returned from Medical City, she didn't let him give it. She named Little Shadow Nanshan. Nanshan literally meant the stars in the south. As for what it meant, she didn't say, so he didn't ask. North Moon Nanshan. Anyone who knew his name would easily guess Little Shadow's identity when they heard Little Shadow's name. He immediately replied to Qin Min and said, "Okay." Seeing how serious his father was, Little Shadow suddenly broke into a smile. Only then did Gu Beiwei realize how brilliant Little Shadow's smile was. Little Shadow said, "Your father to begin with. Do you still need to say it out loud?" Gu Beiwei was actually speechless. He couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, he felt like everything had become simple. It was as if all the complicated matters could be cleared up and smoothed over by this child's innocent words. Little Shadow stopped laughing and said seriously, "Father, I've finally met you. I missed you very much." Gu Beiwei's heart was filled with guilt. Even though they'd exchanged letters, he owed the child too much over the past 3 busy years. Whether he was his biological father or not, he was still the child's father. He hugged Little Shadow tightly and said gently, "Father missed you too." "Did Father miss Mother?" Little Shadow asked again. Gu Beiwei paused, but he answered very soon, "I missed her too." "Father, why haven't you come down yet? Mother has already waited for you for so long. You can't make her wait. Her legs will get sore." Gu Beiwei replied indifferently and said nothing more. He descended with Little Shadow in his arms, slowly landing before Qin Min. The two of them smiled at the same time. At the very least, they smiled. The two of them avoided each other's gaze. Little Shadow looked at her mother, then at her father. She quickly moved close to her father's ear and whispered, "Father, Mother has been looking at the moon every day. She misses you every day." Gu Beiwei looked at Qin Min again. He couldn't help but slowly move his gaze down from the side of her face. He studied her and discovered that she was even thinner up close. "Father, Mother was still looking at the moon earlier. I'm not lying to you," Little Shadow emphasized softly. Chapter 13:21. Gu Beiwei answered Little Shadow in a low voice, "Amen." Little Shadow was curious. His gaze moved back and forth between Daddy and Mommy. The more he looked, the more confused and uneasy he felt. He never understood why Mommy lived with him in Ningzhou, and why Daddy didn't come back even once in 3 years. Daddy didn't even come during the New Year. Only Mommy accompanied him to set off fireworks in the snow. Mommy said that Daddy was busy with very, very important matters and could only come back after he was done. However, he still couldn't figure it out. The Emperor must be much busier than Daddy. He heard from Auntie Xiaoyao that the Emperor had even brought the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the little princess south to spend the winter in Jiangnan's plum garden. He always suspected that Daddy and Mommy had quarreled. Looking at it now, he was even more suspicious. Little Shadow thought for a moment, then hurriedly moved closer to Daddy's ear and said seriously, "Daddy, don't quarrel with Mommy. Mommy is a woman, let her win." Gu Beiwei finally realized that Little Shadow had discovered that something was wrong between him and Qin Min. He hurriedly said, "Wife, it's been 3 years since we last met. You and the child have suffered." Qin Min also returned to her senses and said mildly, "Husband has been working hard for the country. This concubine couldn't help or share husband's burdens. How could I dare to blame you?" The two of them each said this, then fell into silence again. Little Shadow increasingly felt that something was wrong and was even more certain that the two of them had quarreled. He looked at the two of them and thought for a long time, then moved closer to Daddy's ear and said, "Daddy, hug Mommy. It'll be fine if you hug her." When he occasionally threw a tantrum, Mommy only needed to hug him. She didn't need to say anything, and he wouldn't be angry, depressed, or sad. He thought that mommy must be like this too. Gu Beiwei was about to speak when Qin Min suddenly walked forward and hugged Gu Beiwei with her large arms. At the same time, she also hugged Little Shadow. She said, "I can't help, husband. I can only miss you and hope day and night that you are well and healthy." Gu Beiwei clearly froze. This should be the second time in his life that a woman hugged him. The first time was also in Ningzhou, and it was also Qin Min. He wondered if Little Shadow had sensed it. Just like the first time, Qin Min could clearly sense Gu Beiwei's stiffness. A trace of anger flashed through her eyes as she ruthlessly pinched Gu Beiwei's back. Make him stiffen. Let him be in a daze. He had promised that he would lie to Little Shadow for the rest of his life. This was only the first time they met, and he was about to be exposed. If he frightened her Little Shadow, she would not let him off. Qin Min was really ruthless. Gu Beiwei woke up from the pain and knew what Qin Min meant. He finally reached out and hugged her tightly. "I miss you and our child too." Qin Min buried her head in Little Shadow's shoulder. Gu Beiwei lowered his head and rested his chin on Little Shadow's head. The Little Shadow was sandwiched between them and tightly hugged. Her heart was blooming with joy. He had always known that he was an adopted son. Although his mother loved him dearly, he was still uneasy and suspicious when his father did not come back for 3 years. Now that he was tightly hugged between his father and mother, his heart was finally at ease. He felt that he was lucky and happy. He said, "Father, don't be busy anymore, okay? You'll stay with us here, won't you?" Gu Beiwei did not answer immediately, and Qin Min pinched him again. She still felt sorry for him, and did not pinch him in the same spot. Instead, she changed it. I'll stay here for a month, then I'll take you to the capital. The Grand Tutor's residence has already been built." Gu Beiwei was telling the truth. The construction of the palace had been completed half a year ago, and the outer city walls of the capital had also been completed last month. The emperor had rewarded him with the land of the Gu residence, and he had hired people to rebuild it. Little Shadow was overjoyed. "Mother, we won't be separated from father anymore." We won't be separated anymore." Qin Min's voice carried a smile, but her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She let go of Gu Beiwei and carried the Little Shadow over. She said, "Shadow, father has traveled a long way and needs to tidy up. I'll rest this morning." The Little Shadow immediately said, "Father, mother found a spring behind the courtyard and dug a pool. Shadow will accompany you to take a bath. It's very comfortable." Qin Min hurriedly said, "Shadow, it's already so late. You have to sleep. Come, go sleep with mother." Gu Beiwei patted the Little Shadow's head and said gently, "Be good. Father will personally teach you martial arts tomorrow. There's still something wrong with your footwork." Upon hearing that there was a problem with his footwork, the Little Shadow became nervous. "What's wrong? Go to sleep first. Otherwise, father won't tell you." Gu Beiwei threatened. The Little Shadow then nodded resentfully. "All right." Qin Min secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the Shadow would drag Gu Beiwei to take a bath and have her serve him. One had to know that this little guy was shy. Since he was 3 years old, he refused to let the wet nurse and Xiaoyao bathe him, only asking for her help. Now that he was 5 years old, he wouldn't let her help him bathe either. However, she would still accompany him when he was bathing by the shore. Qin Min carried the Shadow away. How could Gu Beiwei not heave a sigh of relief? At this moment, Shiyuba, who had been waiting at the side, came forward. "Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Shiyuba was also very puzzled. Master had clearly just sent the letter today. How did he arrive at night? It would take at least 2 days to send a letter by eagle from Yuning to Ningzhou, and it was impossible for Master to reach Ningzhou City from Yuning in 1 day. Gu Beiwei pinched his brows and didn't say anything as he walked into the house. At this moment, Xiaoyao came over and held a set of clean clothes. She said cheerfully, son-in-law, you're finally back. Miss asked me to bring you some clean clothes. These are the ones you changed out of last time. It had been more than 3 years since the last time. But this set of clothes looked as if they were new. They were clean and folded neatly without any wrinkles. Thank her for me, Gu Beiwe said mildly. Son-in-law, there's no need to be so courteous with Mississippi. Miss also asked me to ask what son-in-law would like for breakfast? Xiaoyao asked again. Anything will do, Gu Beiwe replied. Then son-in-law should rest early. Xiaoyao went back happily. Xiyuba followed Gu Beiwe in. Seeing that his master was exhausted, he couldn't help but advise, Master, the hot spring in the backyard is excellent. Madam regularly puts medicinal herbs in it and soaks in it often. Why don't you give it a try? Upon hearing this, Gu Beiwe immediately frowned and looked over. Xiyuba hadn't recovered from his shock until he saw the sharpness in his master's eyes. Only then did he realize that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly explained, Master, this subordinate wouldn't dare peek. Xiaoyao said all this. Madam personally tested the medicine and wanted to turn that pool into a medicinal bath, so she soaks in it often. Gu Beiwe didn't say much. He let out a long sigh and motioned for Xiyuba to leave. Xiyuba was frightened by that look just now. In his memory, the last time his master had looked at him like that was at Medical City. That time, his master had wanted to kill him. Xiyuba hurriedly left, but when he reached the door, Gu Beiwe called out to him and said coldly, Pass down the order. All the guards are to stay 100 steps away from this courtyard. Yes, yes. Xiyuba accepted the order and left, groaning inwardly. The guards were secretly guarding the courtyard. If they had to stay 100 steps away and ensure the courtyard's safety, they would have to clear out the surrounding neighbors. They couldn't let Madame know about this either. It was really difficult. Gu Beiwe sat alone with his head propped up. He was extremely quiet, and no one knew what he was thinking about. After a long time, a knock on the door broke the silence. A familiar voice followed. Grand Tutor Gu, are you asleep? Who else in this courtyard would call him that? He frowned and didn't say anything. Grand Tutor Gu, Little Shadow is asleep. I didn't want to disturb you, but there's something I can't figure out, so I came to ask for your advice. If it's convenient, please respond, Qin Min said again. Come in, Gu Beiwe said mildly. After Qin Min entered, she deliberately locked the door before sitting down beside him. She took a deep breath and smiled. Long time no see. He looked back, but for some reason, he couldn't smile. He said mildly, Long time no see. I was rude just now. It hurts, doesn't it? Qin Min said helplessly. Thank you for reminding me. Little Shadow is a smart child, Gu Beiwe said. Not only is he smart, but his martial arts talent is also very good. When you took care of him back then, you must have carefully selected him, right? Qin Min suddenly became serious. Yes, Gu Beiwe admitted generously, but he didn't intend to explain. You've long been determined not to get married and not have children. You married me because you wanted to give Little Shadow the right to be the shadow heir, right? Qin Min asked again. This was the enlightenment she had gained from Little Shadow in these 3 years. She had wanted to ask him for a long time, and she wanted to ask him face to face. Gu Beiwe didn't say anything. Qin Min deliberately stood up and walked in front of him. She looked into his eyes and asked seriously, Gu Beiwe, you have someone you like, right? Gu Beiwe avoided her gaze, but Qin Min stubbornly chased after him and stared at him intently. Gu Beiwe lowered his head, and Qin Min squatted in front of him. Gu Beiwe closed his eyes and Qin Min stood up. She stood there quietly for a long time, and finally sat back down. There was no need for words. Gu Beiwe silently agreed. For a long time, Gu Beiwe didn't make a sound. Qin Min said faintly, Sorry, I was rude. This is your business. I shouldn't have said anything. When he married her, they had agreed that they would only be husband and wife in name. He didn't force her, and he didn't lie to her. He liked someone, so what was wrong with that? What did it have to do with her? But why did her heart hurt so much? So much so that she lost her usual rationality? The two of them just sat there like that. After some time, Gu Beiwei said, "Eldest Miss Qin, have you figured out the things that you couldn't figure out?" Qin Min then remembered the purpose of her trip. She said, "I haven't figured it out yet. Grand Tutor Gu, may I ask, what's with the letter and medicine dregs sent from Yuning tonight? Don't tell me that your Qinggong has improved again in these 3 years, and you can travel 1,000 miles in a day? He just sent the letter from Yuning yesterday, and he was here today? He arrived almost at the same time as the letter. It was obvious that he didn't send the letter and medicine dregs himself, but someone else sent it on his behalf. The letter was fine, but how could the medicine dregs be sent on his behalf? How could it be? Gu Beiwei sat in the room for so long, thinking about this problem. In fact, he had been in Ningzhou for a month. After the matter of the pharmaceutical department was over, the Emperor and the Empress gave him 3 months of leave. Rather than saying that he left on his own, it was better to say that he was chased away. The Empress joked with him. A man who didn't accompany his wife and children all day long couldn't let the Crown Prince's teacher stay by the Emperor's side for a long time, so that the Emperor and the Crown Prince wouldn't be affected. He had been in Ningzhou for a month, 3 streets away from here. Even Shi Yuba didn't know that he had come. He didn't know why he had come here tonight without anyone noticing. Chapter 13:22. Gu Beiwei was as silent as usual, but Qin Min didn't intend to remain silent this time. When she saw Gu Beiwei return, she was stunned. However, after coaxing Little Shadow to sleep, she immediately realized that something was wrong and came to find him. She had supervised him taking medicinal baths for 3 whole years. If these 3 years were all perfunctory and deceptive, she didn't know what to do. Gu Beiwei, Qin Min said loudly, "I can't figure it out. Answer my question." For the past 3 years, Gu Beiwei had been taking medicinal baths with the herbs that Qin Min gave him. However, after he secretly arrived in Ningzhou, he sent the dregs and letters to Yuning in order to not expose his whereabouts. Then, he sent someone from Yuning to deliver them to Qin Min. In this way, it wouldn't take more than 2 or 3 days to send a letter back and forth. He didn't plan to come tonight, and he didn't expect Little Shadow to be so sensitive. As soon as he saw the letter, he immediately regretted it. He sat here, waiting for her to come while thinking about how to answer her question. However, after thinking about it, he only had 2 options. One was to tell the truth, and the other was to admit that he didn't take the medicinal bath and was just being perfunctory. He didn't hesitate because he didn't want to choose either option. He had no choice. "Gu Beiwei, you lied to me?" Qin Min's voice was choked with sobs. For 3 years, the only connection between them and her only hope for him was actually a lie and perfunctory. She didn't even hope that he would come back and see Little Shadow. She only hoped that he would be able to recuperate. His illness wasn't a small matter, it was a big matter. Gu Beiwei lowered his head and remained silent. Qin Min suddenly pulled his hand. Gu Beiwei subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Qin Min said, "Don't forget what I said when I left Medical City." He didn't dodge, but he used all his strength. She grabbed his wrist and wanted to take his pulse, but she couldn't. The two of them were in a deadlock. Qin Min quickly let go of him. "I'll tell His Majesty and Her Majesty now." She got up and was about to leave when Gu Beiwei finally looked up. "Qin Min." Qin Min stopped in her tracks, but she did not turn around. Instead, her back was facing him. Gu Beiwei furrowed his brows tightly and said, "Qin Min, you have no right to question my private affairs." Back then, they had already agreed. "Also, as I said last time, if you want to leave, just write me a letter of divorce. You don't have to tell me more about your affairs." Qin Min was stunned. She suddenly realized that a woman's intuition was very accurate. For the past 3 years, year after year, the more time passed, the more afraid she was of his return, the more afraid she was of his appearance. She would rather he never appear. Every month, he would reply to her 2 letters. She did not want him to stand in front of her and talk about everything. However, when he appeared, she still asked him that question without hesitation, the question about having someone in her heart. She knew better than anyone else that once this question was asked, they wouldn't even be able to pretend to be polite. She still asked, stubbornly and resolutely. Qin Min took a deep breath before turning around. Her eyes were frighteningly red, but she still smiled faintly. Grand Tutor Gu, I've been rude again. No matter what, I still hope you can take care of yourself. She paused for a moment, then continued. The pool behind the house was dug 2 years ago. I tried your prescription for 2 years, and it was only a few days ago that I came up with the best prescription. That prescription is on the table over there. According to that prescription, put 10 pieces of medicine into the pool and change them once a month. You can soak in the medicinal bath every day for 2 hours. She continued to smile faintly. Her smile contained 3 parts pain, 3 parts helplessness, and 3 parts self-deprecation. The remaining part was a realization that she would never lose. She curtsied and walked to the study table to grind the ink. Gu Beiyue had not been here for a long time, so the ink had long dried up. She lowered her eyes and slowly ground the ink. She was not in a hurry, neither too fast nor too slow, just like how she usually lived by herself leisurely. Those who didn't know would definitely think that she was grinding the ink and preparing to write a calligraphy piece or paint a landscape painting. It was as if it wasn't the middle of the night, but the afternoon. Time was peaceful. But what was she trying to do? Gu Beiyue looked at her quietly, and his brows unconsciously furrowed again. He couldn't guess what she was trying to do. Didn't she just say that the prescription was already on the table? She shouldn't be writing the prescription. No matter how slow time passed, it would be over eventually. No matter how slow her movements were, she would still be able to grind ink out from the dry inkstone. She spread out the white paper and dipped the brush into the ink. Her hands were steady and strong. Every stroke of the brush was calm, steady, and firm. Divorce. Very quickly, she finished writing the divorce and walked in front of Gu Beiyue. Grand Tutor Gu, you saved me. But I can't help you until the end. I don't ask for forgiveness. In the future, if there's anything you need. She smiled. Other than marriage, if there's anything you need in the future, just ask. Qin Min, I owe you a favor. On the ground, Gu Beiyue realized what she was going to do. He was stunned. Since the last time he returned to Ningzhou, he had sensed her intentions. He had started to stay away, avoid, and even hint at rejection. He had already misunderstood her body, and he didn't want to misunderstand her heart. In the past 3 years, he had indeed been busy, but it wasn't to the extent of not showing up for 3 years. He had indeed done it on purpose. He had even wronged Little Shadow. This was clearly the result he wanted the most, but why did he have a feeling that it was unexpected? Looking at the smiling Qin Min, he even felt a sense of strangeness. Grand Tutor Gu, your trip this time is also for this item, right? Please accept it. Qin Min said lightly. If her heart hadn't fallen into his gentleness, she would have fulfilled the agreement from that year, obediently be a nominal wife, and seriously act with him on necessary occasions. But she had fallen into it, so she had to struggle out. Otherwise, what else could she do? All of this was done deliberately to understand. He had long seen through her heart. If she still couldn't see through his deliberate intentions after 3 years, his rejection would be extremely stupid. Gu Beiyue didn't move, but Qin Min placed the divorce letter in his hand. She said lightly, "All right, from now on, love between men and women has nothing to do with each other. Little Shadow, please forgive me, but I have to take you away." Gu Beiyue hadn't made a sound until now, quietly looking at the divorce letter in his hand. Qin Min didn't hesitate either. Her eyes were so red that tears were about to fall, but she still stubbornly held it in and stubbornly turned around. Just as Qin Min opened the door, Gu Beiyue suddenly coughed heavily. It was very similar to the last time he coughed in front of Qin Min. Once he coughed, it was a very severe cough, and people who heard it couldn't help but feel suffocated for him. Qin Min stopped in her tracks, her brows tightly knitted, but she didn't turn back. He could lie to her for 3 years, so what could she do to him? He was his own good doctor. If he didn't have the heart to recover, no matter how good a doctor was, it would be useless. The more Qin Min listened to the coughing, the angrier she became. She was about to step out of the door when she felt helpless. Her heart was soft after all. She still retreated, but when she turned around and saw the scene behind her, she was completely stunned, and her heart almost stopped beating. Gu Beiyue! Qin Min rushed over and helped Gu Beiyue, who was lying on the tea table coughing, up. She saw that Gu Beiyue's mouth and hands were full of blood. He was coughing up blood. At this moment, Qin Min's tears fell. Her tears were like pearls on a broken string, falling down one after another without stopping. Gu Beiyue, I hate you. She didn't say love, nor was she willing to say love, but she hated him. She said it out loud. She hated him for lying to her for 3 years. She hated him for forcing himself on her for so many years. She hated him, the world's #1 supreme doctor, for not being able to treat her. Gu Beiyue couldn't stop coughing, and he didn't have much strength. His eyes were closed, so Qin Min didn't know whether he was conscious or not. Generally, coughing started from light to heavy, but Gu Beiyue's situation was completely different. He either didn't cough, or it would be very serious once he had an attack. For example, she had lived with him in Yuning City for so long, but she had never seen him cough. However, the last time he came to Ningzhou, she was frightened. Back then, she followed him all the way from Yuning to Northern Li, and then from Northern Li to Medical City. She stayed in Medical City for a few days, but he was still fine. Even tonight, she couldn't see any difference from before. However, in such a short time, he became like this. Gu Beiyue was still coughing, and Qin Min was about to go crazy. There was something wrong with this cough. If she guessed correctly, his illness hadn't improved in the past 3 years, and it had seriously worsened. Qin Min hurriedly took out her golden needles and performed acupuncture on Gu Beiyue to stop his coughing. Then, she called for the attendants to help Gu Beiyue to the bed. Qin Min took a deep breath before taking his pulse. After taking his pulse, Qin Min's face turned pale. Gu Beiyue's pulse was very, very messy. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to face it. Based on his pulse, Gu Beiyue didn't have long to live. Qin Min fell to the side dejectedly, staring blankly at the person on the bed. Her mind was blank. Shiyubo rushed over when he heard the news. When he saw that his master was unconscious, he was so shocked that he stood rooted to the ground. Qin Min suddenly stood up and forced herself in front of him. She said coldly, "Tell me what's going on?" The last time she took his pulse, she could only tell that it was an old illness that he had since he was young. Moreover, he also said that he wouldn't get better or die, and could only recuperate. She had always thought that it was just a chronic illness that couldn't be eradicated. As long as it was recuperated and controlled, it wouldn't endanger his life. Who knew when Shiyubo regained his senses, he was frightened by the angry Qin Min. Say it. Qin Min said angrily. Shiyuba avoided her gaze, not daring to say a word. This was his master's secret, and also the Shadow Clan's secret. Shiyuba's avoidance made Qin Min flustered. She muttered, "Gu Beiyue, he can't save himself, right?" Shiyuba looked over, his eyes wet. He didn't say anything, only nodding. Qin Min closed her eyes. She wanted to pretend that she didn't see Shiyuba nodding, but she did. Yes, Gu Beiyue could save everyone in the world, but he couldn't save himself. Chapter 13:23. Gu Beiyue lay on the bed. He was actually conscious, but he was so weak that he couldn't speak. Even if he had the urge to speak, he would want to cough. He didn't know how much Qin Min's acupuncture skills had improved in these 3 years. Just a few needles could actually suppress his coughing. Otherwise, he really didn't know how much torture he would have to endure this time. After the medical reform, he was waiting for Jean Z's triumphant return from Winter Crow Country, waiting for the Emperor and the Empress to officially enter the imperial capital and the palace. Then, he would leave. Actually, there was no need for the Empress to chase him away. He already had plans to rest. To be precise, he wanted to retire. Retire to a place where no one knew him and personally teach Little Shadow Qingong. He couldn't cure himself, but he was very clear about his condition. He could even estimate the time he had left. Little Shadow was so talented. He was confident that he could teach Little Shadow. Everything was in the plan, including his life. Qin Min was also part of the plan. However, he couldn't bear to do something that wasn't part of the plan. He couldn't figure it out. Thinking about it now, perhaps his sudden return tonight was also because of this unwillingness. Just as Shiyuba was about to be forced by Qin Min to reveal the truth about the Shadow Clan, Gu Beiyue raised his hand with great effort and stopped Shiyuba. "Master is awake." Shiyuba was overjoyed. Qin Min hurried over and asked, "Gu Beiyue, how are you? Are you still not feeling well?" Gu Beiyue handed the divorce letter that he had been holding in his hand to Qin Min. Qin Min was stunned. She thought that he didn't want the divorce letter. However, when she took it and looked at it carefully, she saw a handprint on it. It was a bloody handprint that was especially clear. His left hand was stained with blood from his coughing, but his right hand, which had been holding the divorce letter, was clean. This handprint, when did he imprint it? This guy was about to die, but he didn't even bother to leave his handprint on the divorce letter? Qin Min didn't know whether she was angry or sad. She didn't hesitate to tear the divorce letter to shreds. She said angrily, "Gu Beiyue, I regret it. Unless you recover from your illness, I will never divorce you or leave you in this lifetime. If you want me to leave, you better get better quickly." Gu Beiyue slowly opened his eyes and looked at the angry Qin Min, shaking his head helplessly. Qin Min was about to explode from anger. Perhaps only anger could suppress the sadness in her heart. She angrily warned, "If you try shaking your head again, I'll write a letter right now to tell His Majesty and Her Majesty about this matter, as well as Mu Ling and the others. I want to tell everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Beiyue stopped. He didn't dare to shake his head again. This threat was very effective against him. He had been alone for many years. He had no clansmen or relatives. He only had that group of friends. The storms and waves had passed, and so had the hardships and difficulties. He did not want to break this hard-won period of peace and quiet. Seeing that Gu Beiyue did not move, Qin Min's anger subsided a little. However, once her anger subsided, her heart began to ache. Her heart felt as if it was being strangled. It hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Most of the time, anger was not the real emotion, but sadness. Anger was a form of concealment and a form of self-protection. Anger was outward, but sadness was hidden in the heart. When the anger gradually subsided, what was left was an unbearable pain. Qin Min said indifferently, "Uncle Shi, you can leave first. I want to talk to your master alone." Shiyuba still did not dare to be impudent and cast an inquiring look at his master. After Gu Beiyue's silent consent, Shiyuba left and closed the door. He didn't know what Qin Min and Gu Beiyue talked about. Anyway, it was not until the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the courtyard, that Qin Min opened the door and came out. She walked to the courtyard and raised her hands. She stretched her body and took in deep breaths of fresh air. Although the tears at the corners of her eyes were very obvious, her eyes were not as dim as last night. The sunlight still shone into her eyes and illuminated her entire being. After a while, she personally went to prepare breakfast. She left a portion for Little Shadow and brought the rest to Gu Beiyue's room. Gu Beiyue could already get out of bed. He was still the same as before. One could tell that his body was not well, but one could not tell that he had contracted a serious illness and would not live for long. When Qin Min came in, he was standing in front of the study table and picking up the air pineapple beside the inkstone. This was given to him by Qin Min years ago. He had left it here and had not taken care of it. Even though the air pineapple was rootless and did not need to be taken care of, it still needed to be taken care of. In the past 4 years, this air pineapple that was only the size of a child's palm had completely grown. It was as big as his palm, and a yellow flower sprouted from the center of the flower. It was not very beautiful, but it was very pleasing to the eye and had a special kind of beauty. Moreover, 2 small buds sprouted from the bottom of the flower as if it had given birth to 2 babies. In the past 4 years, it must have been Qin Min who had been protecting it. Otherwise, no matter how tenacious the flower was, it would still wither. Qin Min walked over with breakfast and said with a smile, "Be careful, don't drop the buds at the side. The 2 buds will fall off on their own in a few days and can survive on their own. Come and eat. From today onwards, I'll take care of your 3 meals. However, you have to show some appreciation for the food expenses." "Okay." Gu Beiwei carefully put down the air pineapple and walked over to take a look. The breakfast that he had prepared for Qin Min had unexpectedly arrived. Qin Min spread a beige napkin on the table, and the bowls and plates were light pink. The tableware was so exquisite that there was even a chopstick holder. She cooked a small pot of white rice porridge, and seemed to have added some millet. There were specks of yellow in the porridge. She also made 4 side dishes: fish, eggs, and 2 vegetables. On a summer morning, such a light but not vegetarian breakfast coupled with elegant tableware was enough to whet one's appetite. At the very least, Gu Beiwei had not calmed down and had a slow breakfast for a long time. He usually finished his meal with a cup of water and a steamed bun. The 2 of them sat down. Gu Beiwei was still frowning slightly. Qin Min said seriously, "Grand Tutor Gu, if you keep this face of yours, our agreement will be voided." Last night, she knew the secret of the Shadow Clan and the truth of his illness. The Shadow Clan had been passed down from generation to generation. Only his grandfather was an exception, but he only lived to his early 40s. His father only lived to the age of 25. His ancestors had a strange illness that was passed down from generation to generation. Almost no one was spared. They could only use medicinal baths to nourish their bodies and delay time as much as possible. In the end, the coughing would not stop and the person would be coughed to death. He had always suspected that his father was not coughed to death, but that his grandfather had personally taken his life to avoid the final pain. Last night, Qin Min was very insistent. She said, "I'll leave when you recover." Only then did he tell her the truth. He said, "You can't wait for me to recover. You have nothing to do with illness or life and death. You just have to leave." At that moment, she cried. Looking at him, she cried. She said, "Gu Beiwei, can I cling to you? I won't cling to you for too long, just 5 years. If you really can't recover, I'll leave. If you recover, I'll leave too." He refused. "No," she threatened, "unless you kill me to silence me, you'll definitely regret it." He was silent for a full 2 hours. She didn't say a word and didn't rush him. She just waited. In the end, he still compromised. He handed her a small golden knife and said to her very seriously, "Be prepared to kill me, and I'll agree." She took the small golden knife without hesitation and said, "Okay. Gu Beiwei, from now on you are my patient. Your life and death are related to me." That was how the 5-year agreement was made. It had nothing to do with love or life and death. Qin Min convinced herself. Seeing that Gu Beiwei still wasn't eating, she personally handed it to him. "Grand Tutor Gu, mental treatment is better than medicinal treatment. You should understand. Be happy. I'm not really pestering you, so what are you worried about? Come to me on time for 3 meals a day and take a medicinal bath for 2 hours in the morning. The rest of the time is yours. Also, you can call me Dr. Qin in the future." Looking at Qin Min's smiling face, Gu Beiwei's lips finally curled into a faint smile. He picked up his chopsticks. After taking a sip of the porridge, his calm expression changed to surprise and surprise. He never expected Qin Min's culinary skills to be so good that even the porridge was so fragrant. Try the side dishes and see if they're to your taste, Qin Min said. Gu Beiyue still gave her face and tasted all the dishes. Dr. Qin's culinary skills are excellent. I'll have a good meal in the future. Qin Min smiled. Then eat more. Gu Beiyue thought that she would say something else, but Qin Min didn't say much and only ate quietly. After the meal, Qin Min went to the medicinal bath. Gu Beiyue went to look for Little Shadow. Little Shadow was 5 years old and was about to mature. He had to personally teach Little Shadow martial arts. Perhaps it was because of Qin Min's daily teachings, or maybe it was because of the 2 letters they exchanged every month. But Little Shadow didn't feel unfamiliar with his father even though he hadn't seen him for 3 years. In addition, Gu Beiyue was gentle and patient. After a few days, the 2 of them were as close as father and son. The days passed like this. Gu Beiyue spent all his time with Little Shadow other than eating with Qin Min and taking a medicinal bath for 2 hours in the morning. As for Qin Min, other than personally cooking and helping Gu Beiyue with food therapy, she spent the rest of her time on medicinal baths and acupuncture. She asked about Gu Beiyue's condition, including the development of his illness since he was young. She hoped to find a way to combine medicinal baths and acupuncture. She used the mealtime to discuss with Gu Beiyue and never delayed his other time. As for Gu Beiyue taking medicinal baths for the past 3 years, Gu Beiyue didn't mention it again, so Qin Min misunderstood. At the beginning of autumn, several pieces of good news came from the north. Jin Zi conquered the last stone city of Winter Crow Country and took over the entire country. He stationed his troops at the border fortress and planned to spend the winter in Winter Crow Country with Mu Linger before triumphantly returning to the south. The only regret was that Jin Zi didn't catch the biggest slave trader in Winter Crow Country, Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng and his gang all ran away to the mysterious continent. It must be mentioned that last winter, Mu Linger gave birth to a daughter for Jin Zi. Jin Zi very willfully named his daughter Jin Ling, using the Jin in his name and the Ling in Mu Linger's name. In Han Yunxi's words, he's afraid that the world doesn't know that Mu Linger gave birth to the baby for him. Therefore, Mu Linger was promoted to Big Linger, and little Jin Ling was called Little Linger. Another piece of good news was that the construction of the imperial capital was completed. The ministers in the imperial court recommended many fortune-tellers, hoping to divine an auspicious day for the emperor and empress to officially move into the imperial palace in the imperial capital. However, Long Feiyi picked a day himself, which was the Mid-Autumn Festival. There was still more than half a month to the Mid-Autumn Festival. On this day, Gu Beiyue finished his breakfast and said to Qin Min, "Pack up. Tomorrow, we'll go north and return to the imperial capital. Mo has something to say." A new peripheral gift was made. It's very beautiful. Follow Mo's WeChat account and you can participate in the gift. The event will start tomorrow. Search Mo's WeChat account, Gmomo 2015 or GMO to follow.